We're going to go ahead and get started. We have members that will be wandering in and attending and then wandering back out to different committees that they're in. We have with us Assemblymember Mathis, who's part of the Select Committee here for the Native American Affairs. But before we start, I want to acknowledge the land that we're on, the Miwok, Nisenan, and Paduan people from this area, so I want to recognize them. And let me begin by thanking those of you in the audience and watching on the Assembly television page, as well as our presenters that are here in person and those that will join us on Zoom. Your time and the sharing of your thoughts and knowledge today are most appreciated by the Select Committee and by the state legislature, because the topics that we're discussing, for many times, these types of discussions are the first time that they're actually being held here in the state legislature. So today's hearing is focused on how the historical experiences of Native Americans have shaped their attitudes towards education and what it means for the educational attainment. On the panels that we have with us today, we have 3 panels that we'll be going through. Our first panel is the evolution of Native Americans in education, the role of boarding schools, and the effort to strip Native Americans of their language. The presenters on that panel will be Professor Patricia Dixon, Amanda K. Wickson, and Dr. Rose Sosa Warsoldier. Panel 2 will be the University of California Hastings College of the Law discussion. And those on that panel will be Mona Onadudson, a Yuki tribal representative, President of Roundvale Tribes Tribal Council, President James Russ, and Dean Fagan from the University of the Hastings College of Law, and Chancellor and Dean. And panel 3 will be California Indian Nations Colleges, why we need our own college, taking back our power. That will be on the panel Theresa Mike, California Indian Nations, and Celeste Townsend, the California Indian Nations College President. So those will be the panels of discussion as we move forward. And it's important for us to be able to come together and talk about each one of these panels and each one of these issues that's so important to the California Native American people. Our panelists will be able to shed some light from the view of the California Native American perspective, as well as have insight from the Law School of Hastings with the Dean Fagan participating in that, to show how we're working together to try to create some solutions to history. And in many times, these topics that we're talking about here today, the general public has no idea that these types of atrocities, these types of strip of assimilation and culture even took place here in the state of California. So the ignorance contributes to a lot of the hurdles that we still see going on in the state of California and in the school systems in many areas. So this will shed a light to talk about those issues so that we can truly move forward and correct the past histories inflicted upon our people. And I say our people because we sit here as the chair of the Assembly Native American Select Committee and the only California Indian elected in the state legislature. And this is also those that are watching and those in the audience, a time for other California Indian people, Native American people to run for office, to be able to be in these seats so that we could further these discussions that we're going to be talking about today. You know, we continue to live through the topics that we still face here today as California Native Americans, California Indian people. I'm of Serrano Cahuilla, and I live on the Salmon Indian Reservation. So I grew up with a lot of the stereotypes that were inflicted upon us in the early days of school, right? We had a different cultural times on the reservation, and yet no one in the community was willing to come and learn about the true factual history of who we are in our area, Serrano Cahuilla people. So much so that when we went to the area local elementary school, they had a discussion on Indian people, and they played a drum song. And immediately they asked, who's Native American? Would you stand up? We stood up, and they asked us what that song meant. And we said, well, we don't know because that's not our culture. And immediately we were asked to sit down because we must not be Indian enough to understand that drum song. So then that started the whole plight of trying to correct, right, the history in the state of California and engage people to our culture. Now in San Bernardino County, they truly do understand that we sing traditional Cahuilla bird songs and bighorn sheep songs. We don't use the drum, but it's that openness and that willingness to learn from one another where we start to break down those misconceptions and stereotypes. So the ongoing discussions and the panels today will be historic in bringing those issues forward. And again, this hearing is recorded and live streamed through the assembly. So a lot of the testimony and the words that you say will be recorded so that we could actually go back and research those and allow others in the state to come and research the words that will be spoken here today. Assemblymember Mathis, did you have any opening comments?
I'll just make them short, Mr. Chair. It's extremely vital that we look at the rich heritage and history of California's Native people. And I just want to thank you as somebody that represents several tribes and for doing this, for getting this committee together. And I appreciate the partnership of yourself, the other members who, you know, it's a busy day, but especially the tribes coming forward, because this history is, as we said before when we were working on the monument last year. Do I need to get a little louder? I'll go this way. I don't need the mic. The Army fixed that for me.
Easy.
It's good to be here. And to be to this point, and as I was saying before, for Chairman Ramos to be the first, but to put this committee together, to put forth the effort for such a rich heritage, history, and as we were saying last year when we were pushing for the monument, to recognize the true history. As brutal and disturbing as it may be, that is how we make sure history does not repeat itself. And it's important to share these stories and to bring back these native languages and to respect and tie true homage to our ancestors. So thank you all for participating in that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time and dedication.
Thank you so much for that, Assemblymember Mathis. And always working together on a lot of issues that impact the Native Americans here in the state of California and throughout the United States. And we've partnered on missing and murdered Indigenous women, those types of areas. And so we continue to advocate for these areas. So this is more of a hearing to be able to get the informational out of what's truly happening here in the state of California with the relationships that are going on. We'll have participation virtual, and we'll have those that are here in person. We also will have some time for public comment, and the number for public comment, if members of the public wish to make comments, they may call 877-692-8957, and the public access code is 131-5126. Again, we'll have time for public comment at the end of the hearing, but if you want to write down the number and you're watching by video, or if you want to call in, the number is 877-692-8957, and the public access code is 131-5126. We are practicing COVID restrictions, so please keep your masks covered as you come up to speak, if you're here in person, to the dais, and we'll call you up for that. And now we will start to move forward with our first panel discussion. Joining us virtual will be Professor Patricia Dixon, Chair of Department of American Indian Studies at Palomar College. Professor Dixon is a member of the Pama Band of Luceña Indians and resides on the Pama Indian Reservation. She also taught at San Diego State University for 20 years and has worked with a number of Native American organizations. including serving on the Sherman Indian High School Board. Do we have her ready to go on the virtual?
I think so.
Are you there?
I'm here.
All right. We got audio, and we got you on screen. Hey.
Oh yeah, I can see you pointing.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm letting you see my messy office because I try some of the backgrounds, and I hate that floating picture of your face. You know, it's like you don't dare move, so you get to see my messy office. So me, I'm just saying hello. My name is Patricia Dixon, and I do have a PowerPoint. If you want to show it, or I can just talk from it because I know we have limited time. So whatever works for you. Can I share my screen? Okay, share.
Yes, we could try the PowerPoint if it comes up on your screen.
Well, I hit share and I don't know what to do next on your thing. So it doesn't like tell me what.
Usually it would come up on the screen where you're on, but
Okay, then I will just go ahead and talk it.
okay.
I had a very lovely picture of where I live out in the foothills of Palomar Mountain Range to give you a sense of just simply where I come from. But there are several things I wanted to do that were incredibly important from my perspective to understand what happened in California, but ultimately, ultimately. And even though I am a professor, I don't want to really lecture, so I am going to just try to highlight it for you if I can. And we today are the beneficiaries of, for the lack of a better word, something called the Doctrine of Discovery. And the Doctrine of Discovery was something that was created in the late 1400s to basically solidify the right of Europeans and the Catholic Church at that point in time to lay claim to what was on the newly discovered lands in the Americas. And the only way that those European powers, which were originally Spain and Portugal, could exercise dominion would be to also give what are called the gifts, in quotation marks, of conversion in civilization. And it was their responsibility to do that. The conquistadors did not engage in that responsibility quickly because their goal was to lay claim to the land and to take advantage of its resources and the peoples that lived in it, oftentimes through warfare and cruelty. But eventually there were individuals who demanded that they do it because they had to stand before God at one particular day. So the principles of that doctrine were basically, it was a legal and moral justification that allowed the presence of Europeans in the undiscovered Americas at that point in time. And what is interesting is that the other European countries who will join 100 years later will choose to follow those principles. It's not a law, but they're principles. And they're more interested in securing the right to the Americas against each other. And there was an implicit recognition that the Indians were there for the simple reason that they were physically there. You had to account for what you're doing and how you're doing it. So the recognition of their right to the land was present, but it was inferior because they weren't Christian and because they also didn't have the good sense to develop the land like it should be developed according to European ideas. And there was a very blatant ignoring of the fact of other parts of the Americas that had very elaborate civilizations and agricultural development. If the natives refused the gifts of conversion and civilization, it would allow for warfare. And it would be called just warfare because it was a time period of history when people feared for their souls, and to engage in an unjust war would be to suffer your rest of your life after death in a hell. There was also a very small part in that Doctrine of Discovery that said if the conversion and civilization went well, then a portion of the land that belonged to the Indians originally was still be retained by them. But there was this belief that conversion and civilization would be done so well that they'd simply become a Pueblo and be a part of the system, usually as a peon, if you will, as a very simple farmer. And then they would support the development of the civilization that they established. While this was being decided and slowly implemented, there's two men. One was a man called Bartolome de las Casas. He was a Spaniard who became a Dominican priest later in life, and then Juan Sepulveda, who was also a Spaniard and and not a theologian, surprisingly enough, but he was a layman who did study theology. And there was a discussion between the religious authorities, the church, and the European monarchs. Do Indians have souls? Because if they have souls, we can't enslave them. And 15, 20 years earlier, there's a decision made that peoples of Africa did not have souls, therefore justification was allowed for their enslavement. So they had a big debate in a town in Spain, and there was no clear win from a legal perspective. Las Casas said the natives had indigenous rights to their lands and to be treated as fully capable human beings, and that the actions of the conquistadors were uncalled for and unjustified. Sepulveda said that they did not have souls and they had the right to be enslaved, but they had to be treated well as slaves. And the outcome of that debate was not a clear win. Las Casas won from the perspective of the fact that they, meaning the Indians, could not be enslaved, that they did in fact have souls. But Sepulveda, they said, also proved to them that the Indians were like children. They did not know how to utilize their resources or their land, and they needed to be taught how to be civilized people through the conversion process as well. So that the role of the church and the state would be to be their parent. And so they were children, and they had the right then to take over their property and their resources for their benefit. And so Spain then will develop a series of methods to do the conversion and civilization. And we in California, we will fall underneath the last of 300 years of experimentation called the Mission Presidio Pueblo complex. The missions were created to give the story of religion and to get the knowledge of their God. The Presidio was the fort that would give glory to the state, and the Pueblo would be the town, which would be the benefit of these converted civilized Indians. And that's what you see in Florida, parts of the Southwest, and in California. Then to switch to the English side very quickly, because they too will choose to follow convert and civilize, which all leads to this question of education in California. Because they were not monolithic, meaning all Catholic countries in Europe, and England was split between the Puritan movement, split between the Church of England, the remnants of the Catholic Church that was trying to survive there. So each of the colonies will have a slightly different take on it because of whatever their relationship is to the particular Protestant version that they believed in. But what is interesting is the Puritans, who are in the New England area, they will impact quickly upon the tribal peoples there. And there's one in particular who's really famous. He's from the Mohegan tribe, and his name was Samson Occom. And he will choose to convert to Presbyterianism. He'll go to a school established by the church there, become an ordained Presbyterian minister, become an excellent theologian and scholar of the Bible. He will write parts of the Bible in his native language. He will preach the goodness of Christianity. And then he slowly learns that although he has opted to become civilized and converted to English perspectives, that he is not one of them. He is not really a child or son of God, that he is someone who is very secondary and inconsequential. And he opts to continue to believe in the goodness of the Christian God, but he condemns the practices of Christianity by his fellow Christian ministers and their congregations. And he will move with his people and other Indians to create a free town where they can practice Christian principles, but also convert to, or rather return to, their traditional ways of common land holding, for example, communal sharings. And so you have happening with the English, their convert and civilize is to go out and select key people among the leadership of the tribes to convert and civilize them and to bring back their elements of Christianity. But they had to also think they were worthy of it, because we also have the famous language of the Indians were the spawn of Satan that comes from some of the Puritan method leaders as well. So there's been so where do we get this idea we need to convert and civilize Indians, educate Indians? It is going to come from the Doctrine of Discovery. It's going to come this idea that we have to be able to justify before the eyes of God that we have a right to be here, and because we are here, we'll bring these Indians to the point where we, who are so far ahead of them in civilization, can bring them. Warfare erupts, disease takes its toll, and eventually we have the establishment of the boarding schools. Now, boarding schools, as we understand them today, did exist prior to their actual establishment, but we're talking about the formal establishment of boarding schools under the federal system. A lot of people don't know that some of the Ivy League schools on the East Coast, Harvard is one example, had as part of their charter to, educate Indians and to send them to seminary. And one of the earliest valedictorians of their graduating theology school students would be an American Indian, I think from Martha's Vineyard, if I remember correctly. But what we're talking about here today is this very universal approach through the federal government to bring Indians to the point of conversion and civilization. At this point in time, our country is primarily white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. So the versions of Christianity for us are going to be Protestantism. And for a very brief period of time, churches could actually petition and become federal boarding schools. But there was a wild, crazy outcry against this, the mixing of church and state, so they separated it. But the principles and tenets of Protestant Christianity were very foundational to the running of these schools. And the very simple purpose is to convert and civilize these Indians to an American way of life. Captain Pratt is given recognition as being the original founder of this federal boarding school system that started at Carlisle Indian School. And his famous quote is that you save the man by killing the Indian. And so he'll move ahead with that. Conformity is required in the boarding schools. And the horrible things that happened were very true. Probably the beatings for speaking the tribal language, the mockery and of their ways of life, how they lived, how they worked, how the houses they lived in. And of course, they got their hair cut, they had to wear uniforms, dislocation from their homes, forcible removal from their homes. Sometimes when they discovered that they lived too close to the traditional homelands, they knew they had to then take children far away. And they did, sometimes 1,000 miles away. Theoretically, students could go home, but they had to get permission to do it. Parents could show up and they could lie and say the kids weren't there. Summers didn't go home. They went on what they call outings. And these outings were to live with families that would teach them, the benefits of running a perfect white household. So but Indians resisted. Children resisted. And if you think of your own children at home, how often do they find a way to get around your rules? I remember my father told me that I could not wear makeup. I was in 8th grade and I was going to the mission school, a day school, and so I figured out, well, I'll just stain my lips with berries and I'll get the charcoal and I'll mix it with a little bit of wax and I'll, put mascara on, do my eyebrows. And I said, Dad, I did not use any makeup. I used the natural products of life. So, kids find ways to get around the rules, and the Indian kids did it. They slowed down their progress deliberately. Come to class late, turn in assignments late, run away, which oftentimes had tragic consequences. Formed alliances with each other, protected the most weak. Tribes that were former enemies, they learned to overcome their differences to a certain degree, created pan-Indianism. I tell my students that the irony of the boarding school, which was intended to wipe out tribal identity and to diminish the connection to home and homelands, it backfired because the Indian boarding school wasn't intended, but the Indian boarding schools became like the elite boarding schools of Europe and America. It was only the best of the best went to those schools. They created their alliances, their marriages, they shared their power and their resources. They created communication network and put the stress on communication and network. These Indian kids left the boarding schools, and those who went home and were able to reestablish their relationships, they created a network. And that network pulled them together. So no matter what our tribal differences, we can form alliances and relationships that will carry us through the worst of whatever the Americans have to give to us. It wasn't expected. It strengthened the roots of the tribal peoples, created tribal identities where you were not just one tribe, but maybe several. My grandparents met at Sherman Indian High School. Different tribes came together. So unexpected. There's so much literature on the horrors of boarding school that if you need to read it, you can. The downsides of it, besides the wonderful thing of Pan-Indians, the downside is that they didn't have good role models among adults. So it made it difficult when they became adults how to become a family in that respect, how to raise your children in that respect. In those very early years, some of them, experienced actual warfare. They saw the trauma of having people gutted before their eyeballs. So those downsides are very, very real. In the 1970s, the Kennedy administration did a study of what's going on in our federal Indian boarding schools and in Indian country in general. And they also had a study of education. And that study said we need to close these boarding schools down. No, the closing boarding schools had happened actually much earlier. The idea, but the implementation had not really taken place. And those boarding schools that stayed in existence, the curriculum had to go through a radical revision. And that's how my tenure at Sherman started. The generation ahead of me, they fought the battle, they got the changes in, and I was nominated in California. We had the state was divided into 3 large districts: Southern, Northern, and Central, and I represented the Southern. The tribes were given ballots from Sacramento area office and said, there's several candidates. Who would you like to do this to represent the Southern tribes in California? And I was selected. So I became one of the 3 California Indians who then represented the state of California on the Sherman Indian School Board. And then the remaining candidates on the school board came from the largest tribes at the school. So we had Navajos, Apaches, Pimas, to name some of the tribes that were there. And then we worked together to review the curriculum, to introduce new curriculum, and to try to implement the rights of the children and the rights of the tribes with the school board. And it was rocky because at first the former school boards, where they were somewhat in existence, were more like rubber stamps. A problem, this is a personal opinion, a problem within the federal system is that it's like having tenure, short of like doing some egregious, offensive, horrible crime, you can pretty much stay there forever and do your job. So that getting people to understand that these schools were the homes of the kids and that their goal was to make them into not just good citizens, but good tribal citizens and good people with skills and abilities to transfer on to college and to do whatever is needed for their tribe. The attitude is basically, we got to get them through school, and whatever will make it work will work. We had one individual who would routinely substitute sports and physical education for English credits, because all they had to do was show the number of credits that they did to graduate, that kind of a thing. So the focus is on accruing credits to graduate, but not necessarily the fields that would make you a well-educated person. The campuses were not well kept up, but the irony of it, and this is the amazing part, is that the kids of the mid to late 20th century, like the kids from 100 years earlier, they took what the school had to make it work for them. And I guess my story here for you is not to dwell on the horrors of the boarding schools, not to dwell on what it took away so much as to show how they, meaning the children themselves, gained it back. It wasn't a perfect system. There still were problems there. But it showed the inadequacies also. And I think that's what I wanted to share with you. So to sum it up, because I think my 15 minutes have exceeded, you need to know about the Doctrine of Discovery with this fundamental belief it had a right to the land, and the only way to justify it before the eyes of a God or the state itself were to govern and civilize the Indians. Then the European nations fought amongst themselves over whose conversion to whose God, whose civilization. And then that would justify the taking of the land and the destruction of a people and its values, because they would become like them. But the irony is that even when they attempted to do that, the Indians, Samson Occom being one person as an example, they are not sufficient in the eyes of those who took the land. And my experience at Sherman was that the kids were going to make it work despite the system itself. But even with their efforts and with an Indian school board, it was difficult to fight that ingrained belief that you are an inferior people, will help you with what you need to make it in the world, but not to be an equal at our table. And thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Dixon, for those educational and insightful words coming from California Indian person, esteemed as yourself, from Palma Indian Reservation. I want to welcome Assembly Members Wendy Carrillo and Assembly Members Joaquin Arambula for joining us as we continue with our first panel, The Evolution of Native Americans in Education, the Role of Boarding Schools, and the Effort to Strip Native Americans of Their Language and Culture. Our next speaker is Amanda Wickson. Ms. Wickson is Sherman Indian Museum historian and University of California Riverside doctoral candidate. She serves as assistant curator at Sherman Indian Museum in Riverside and as an associate curator at the Autry Museum of the American West in Los Angeles. She is co-editor of 2 recent books about Native American women activists with Dr. Clifford Travser and Dr. Donna Ackerts. Wickson's research focuses on Sherman Institutes, now called Sherman Indian High School, and methods of assimilation used to civilize Native youth in the early 20th century. She is an enrolled tribal citizen of the Chickasaw Nation in Oklahoma. And my notes say that she was going to be here in person, so you could come up to the dais here. Thank you.
My name is Amanda Wickson, Chica Sashaya, and I'm very happy to be here. I actually want to just preface this. I'm at the request of Laureen Sisquak, who's the cultural traditions leader at Sherman Indian High School and also my museum director. Here. Is it working? Yes? Good. Okay. I'm here for Laureen Sisquak, the cultural traditions leader and the museum director at Sherman Indian High School, And I know she very much wanted to be here today but couldn't, so I just wanted to mention her. So we can begin. So for 3 years, the dominant European American society had struggled to find a solution to their Indian problem. Despite devastating population declines due to disease, war, and removal, Native peoples persisted. During the Progressive Era, European Americans of the dominant society decided that Indians must assimilate and join, quote, civilized society. By targeting Native youth and removing them from their communities to off-reservation institutions, the non-Native public hoped to erase Native identity and replace it with the concept of the ideal Indian. Next slide, please. Oh, I'll read that out, I guess. The history of Indian boarding schools, as Dr. Dixon mentioned, sort of began in the 17th century with the Jesuit missionaries, were kind of the precursors to the boarding schools. Until 1917, many mission schools were actually subsidized by the federal government. The federal school system was established in the 1860s, and we've all heard of Army officer Richard Henry Pratt, who was inspired by his experience with Indian prisoners in Fort Marion, Florida. He believed that true assimilation for Indians would only come by killing what was Indian within a man to save him. He successfully advocated for federal off-reservation boarding schools to civilize Native youth through isolation, education, and labor. The first federal off-reservation boarding school in Carlisle was established in 1879, and there Pratt aimed to physically, ideologically, and emotionally remove Indian children from their families, homes, and tribal affiliations. At school, they could not be Indian in any way, culturally, artistically, spiritually, or linguistically. In this way, Carlisle and other Indian boarding schools were key components in the process of cultural genocide against Native cultures. In the following 2 decades, the federal government established an additional 24 Indian off-reservation boarding schools. And I put this slide up here. This comes from our own statutes of California, and I believe in 1909. And it is in this context that Sherman was established, this idea of exclusion, that children could be separated for vicious and filthy behaviors because they were dirty and because they were Indian. And I think this is an important thing to see in writing, that the statutes of California actually had this kind of verbiage at the time. So in 1901, can you put the next slide, please? In 1901, the federal government established the last of the boarding schools in Riverside. In 1902, 18 Pima students were enrolled with a handful of Mission Indians. Enrollment increased year by year, and by 1908, Sherman housed 550 students. Evoking the Mission era, the architecture of the school site encouraged a romanticized version of California history, one that did not reference the losses of Native people under the Spanish fathers. And here I put a quote from Charles Lummis, actually the founder of the Southwest Museum, who was an early California promoter and a friend of Frank Miller, who was also a Riverside promoter. And it says, I can't really read it from here, I'm sorry, but it talks about how kind of it promotes Sherman as a tourist destination. Frank Miller also owned the streetcar, and the streetcar ended right in front of Sherman, so you could go spend the day looking at Indians, and he advertises here, what a better way to see Indians. It's so cheap, they're so close, here they are, tamed and docile. So this was an open advertisement for people from all over California to go look at Indians kind of on their march to civilization. Could you advance the slide? Next. Okay. Sherman administration filled the students' daily lives with work and activities. The curriculum included a basic level of academic learning, arithmetic, history, geography, spelling, and writing. However, the vocational training programs consume most of the students' time. From oral histories we know now, even though ostensibly they were split half day, half academic, half vocational, that really wasn't the case. It was more like an hour to 2 hours of rudimentary academics, and the rest was work. From 5 in the morning to 10 p.m., children as young as 4 years old worked. Female students were limited to domestic sciences, while male students did agricultural work, printing, blacksmithing, painting, carpentry, and shoemaking. Students also worked, like I said, to keep the school operating, cooking, gardening, tending to all the animals, all the other manual labor, including watching the teachers' children as well. As an extracurricular activity, students were encouraged to join school-approved clubs and societies like the Mandolin Club and the Literary Society. Sports also played a large part of the school program, with sports teams regularly competing against area schools. School officials and representatives of the Office of Indian Affairs laid the cornerstone of Sherman Institute in 1901, like I mentioned, and the event, like I said, drew over 7,000 spectators. So this kind of spectacle carried on through the early history of Sherman. Every Sunday they would invite the community, the Riverside community would come to watch the students drill. And oftentimes we've seen from news coverage that they actually told the non-native audience they needed to not be so rowdy and to calm down because they were actually the ones that were kind of out of control in these little public displays. Could you turn to the next slide, please? So Sherman students also labored outside of the school. As part of the controversial outing program, local white Christian families hired Sherman students for varying lengths of time, sometimes year-round, to perform various tasks, chores, and other kinds of manual work. For Sherman students, the price of civilization was steep. Boys working in the groves of Riverside often lived in poor houses and worked in dangerous conditions, while girls endured a form of cultural isolation in the homes of local white families living and working without the company of other students. And I think it's a good time to mention this kind of statistic, that it's a pretty well-known statistic, but by 1900, 20,000 Native children were in boarding schools. By 1925, 60,000 Native children were in boarding schools. And by 1926, nearly 83% of all Indian school-age children were in boarding schools. So that's a pretty powerful statistic. There's nary a family in Indian country that hasn't been affected by boarding schools to some extent. Okay, could you advance the next slide, please? Here's a picture, too, of the groves and kind of this smudging that was taking place in Southern California. And the kids, a lot of times one of the reasons cited for moving students from, or moving Native children from their communities was health. Except at Sherman, a lot of the boys ended up going working in these, pollution-laden groves. However, as many Native scholars have written in the past and shared their stories, the groves also provided an opportunity for them to speak their languages, to sing their songs, and a path for students to sort of get a little bit relief from the constant surveillance that they were under at Sherman. Could you, next slide, please? So another kind of important part of the program was the art program. In the early 20th century, the U.S. federal policies regarding the production of Native American art in off-reservation boarding schools shifted from suppression to active engagement. Seen as a path to economic stability, administrations pushed their students to capitalize on the artistic traditions of Native cultures. Although this push led to some retention of a few cultural practices, teachers and other members of the local community often exploited student talent for profit. Seeking this profit, students made so-called Indian art, often not from their community, and without the guidance in the culturally correct ways to do so. Without experienced elders, students did not learn to gather and process materials for baskets and blankets properly, and the intergenerational transfer of environmental knowledge that had existed for centuries was interrupted. The cultural knowledge lost during this period is nearly incalculable. Please, next slide. Religious programming was also an important part of Sherman. Although the boarding schools were initially started in sort of an anti-Catholic fervor from the East Coast, it was soon recognized that because of the population of California, that they needed to compete in some way, especially with other boarding schools like St. Boniface, which were operated by the Catholic schools. So upon entering Sherman, students could choose to be Protestant or Catholic, no other options. And, local churches, including Riverside, which was known as kind of a city of churches, competed for student involvement, student attention. There was a lot of outing programs, including, some somewhat controversial programs with local Riverside citizens kind of checking out boys and girls to take them for the evening to different church activities. There's quite a bit of work that still needs to be done in that area, but it's another important part of kind of the assimilation process. Next slide. So performances. Let me see if it's my notes. So Sherman's program of assimilation extended to performances as well. With the goal of replacing indigenous cultural practices with civilized European American practices, the administration staged elaborate displays of Indians obediently participating in forms of cultural parody and devaluation. Public performances of this kind emphasized the lower social position of Native Americans, whose children could be called on to perform at will, both inside and outside of Sherman Institute. Sherman students also publicly performed plays designed to introduce new cultural traditions. The school bulletin reports many programs dedicated to the Founding Fathers, such as this one, Washington's Homecoming. sorry. And to any Native spectators, including the students themselves, the image presents the only acceptable version of Indians at this time, one that understood European American cultural dominance and behaved accordingly. Next slide, please. While most of Sherman's students did not graduate in the early years, the length of time spent at school largely depended on the students' willingness to conform. At times, students left at the insistence of their parents. Others grew sick and died. A handful of students ran away, such as Frances Morongo de los Reyes Serrano, who hated the quasi-military treatment and escaped walking 20 miles to her home in San Manuel. For many who stayed and endured the prolonged separation from family and community, a cruel form of punishment awaited. After a steady indoctrination of white European American culture, many former students could not adjust to life on the reservation and pursued different lifeways in the cities. There, many young people experienced extreme forms of racial discrimination despite their training in civilization and could no longer depend on the solace of family or community. Like institutionalized ex-prisoners, many former students struggled outside the walls of their prison. Some students paid the ultimate price and died alone at Sherman, away from their families and their communities. And as a parent myself, I can't imagine that kind of pain. Let me keep going on this. Next slide, please. So what changed? Obviously, Sherman today is much different than Sherman before. There's a lot of factors here. So federal government policy changes. There's a series of policy changes that affected this. What else does it say here? Native activism, tribal sovereignty, tribal support, including local tribes, and institutional and community recognition. So this is something, of course, that's ongoing. And I like to think of, Sherman in terms of then and now as a kind of, there was a pivot point. I think after the events of the 60s and the civil rights movement, and then all these expressions of Native sovereignty, tribal support, a lot of these former students came back to Sherman. And that's where you see the real change, the sea change of all the Native students came back teaching. And even though some of the teachers might have been still somewhat pro-assimilation, it's important to see your own face as an authority figure, especially if you're away from your family. And so I think we can look at, there's a handful of exceptional teachers and then just, lots of house staff and other kinds of staff positions at Sherman that have made all the difference in changing the programming of Sherman, the attitude of the students, and also affects who comes to Sherman. So now, of course, back in the day, it was limited to train travel, horse travel, wagon travel, whoever could get to Sherman. But now, with flying, we have students from Alaska, students from back east, students that, for a variety of reasons, come because their grandparents came, their fathers came, they want to see the beach, they think we're close to Hollywood, kind of. They want to go to Disneyland. There's lots of different reasons. But, obviously, Sherman today looks much different. Could you advance to the next slide, please? I just wanted to show this one. This is the graduation ceremony from 2017. So obviously, as you know, that first image I showed of the 1909 graduation dressed in Victorian dress, this is something a lot different. So they have actually two ceremonies, and they have one where they wear, the traditional European robes, the medieval robes, but then they have another one where they wear tribal regalia, and they have all the flags of the nation's representative. And I think this picture really encapsulates what Sherman has become and what it can be in the future with our continued attention and support. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful discussion and history and awakening, right? The different advocacy that continues to need to be done. And I want to thank you for recognizing our tribal elder who's passed on, Frances Morongo, who you made the statement that the boarding schools, that there's not those in California Indian people that haven't had some type of impact. And certainly our elder, Frances Morongo, leaving there to walk back to the reservation, 20 miles, as well as my grandmother, Martha Manio Chacon, who was at St. Boniface and was disciplined there for her unwillingness to comply, and that's been documented as far as being whipped. And so these are true areas, right, that have affected our people. But also going to the last slide of where we're evolving to. But we can't evolve so quick without attesting to the true factual history of what has been inflicted upon our people. So I want to thank you for your testimony. Our next presenter is Dr. War Soldier. She is an assistant professor at Sacramento State University and is an enrolled member of the Soboba Band of Luceño Indians. She has taught ethnic studies at Northern Arizona University, and her research and teaching has focused on 20th century American Indian activism, social and cultural history, politics, education, and social justice. And she'll be joining us virtually. Let's see if she's able to go now.
Good morning, everyone. I am trying to share my screen, but I don't seem to have that option right now.
Let's see if we see you.
Great. I have a presentation as well. Oh, I think now it's showing up. Okay. So let me go ahead and get started. Okay. So before I begin, I would like to thank Assemblymember James Ramos for the invitation and also recognize all the government officials who are present. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak about this issue. This is something that is deeply personal as a product of California public schools. But in addition, this is what I've spent years researching. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak about California Indians in the public educational school system. In addition, I would also like to acknowledge and recognize the Miwok, the Nisenan, and the Maidu, which is the traditional homelands where Sacramento is located at. So I have been tasked to speak about California Indians in public education. And so we saw from the previous presentation a bit about boarding schools, and so really to think about public education. And so I want to begin by highlighting this is a book that I recommend for everyone to read if you have not read it. This is Bad Indians. It is written by Deborah Miranda. And so this is a quote. Fourth graders, their parents, their teachers, tourists to the missions, even historians often learn and perpetuate only one story about California Indians: conquest, subjugation, defeat, disappearance. And so really to think about the ways in which particular pedagogical standards that sometimes aren't actually even standards have a lasting legacy, not just on California Indian children in the K through 12 system, but also, though differently, non-Indians who are in the exact same educational system. And so when we talk about the fourth grade, most of you who are born or who were raised in California might recall the fourth grade mission unit, and that's what she's specifically referencing in this quote. And so to really think about the ways in which Native people, Native cultures, Native histories, Native experiences are either completely absent or when they are taught really lack the nuance, the specific land-based ties might be specifically broad, and how we can perhaps move to improve the K through 12 and even into colleges and universities, the ways that Native histories are taught. I also want to share, this is a quote from Leanne Simpson. So she's Anishinaabe from Canada. She's a poet and also an academic. And so she, and this quote where she's discussing land as pedagogy, I think is very representative to describe how many Native people feel about sort of going through the K through 12 system. So I'm not going to read it in its entirety, but I want to highlight a couple of things in this, right? She discusses and asserts, no one ever asked me what I was interested in, nor did they ask for my consent to participate in their system. My experience of education was one of continually being measured against a set of principles that required surrender to an assimilative colonial agenda in order to fulfill those principles. Coming into wisdom, it takes place in the context of family, community, and relations. The land is both context and process. And so she's outlining and describing upon how her reflections of not only K through 12, but also her experiences going into college. Now, I also want to highlight an individual, and this is who and his organization that I wrote my dissertation on. And so this is Rupert Costa. And so he was Cahuilla. He was from the Cahuilla Reservation, and he was a co-founder of an organization called the American Indian Historical Society. And so his organization was formally founded in 1964. One of the first sort of key things that the society examined and looked at was looking at the textbooks that were being used in the California public school systems. And while Rupert himself was not a trained historian, he recognized, along with the organization, the import of history, the import of what is being taught, the import of the environment that Native children were being exposed to, specifically in public schools, but he also expressed concern about the impact that this was having on non-Native children, right? So the idea of textbooks and lesson plans, that they are socializing both Native and non-Native children about how to perceive and think about Native cultures broadly, Native people broadly. And he would very much regularly articulate that you cannot expect greater sort of societal, perhaps, shifts or changes if folks simply do not have any concept about Native people, Native histories, Native experiences, or Native voices. And so this particular quote comes from a book that he co-wrote with his wife, Jeanette Henry Costa. And so he's discussing how, in his opinion, every society, quote, has educated its young according to the best interests of its dominant class. Perhaps this can change, and humanity be made to see itself face to face without fear and in spite of the pangs of conscience. And so again, what the society very much spoke to is the idea of the impact of public schools. Now, Rupert himself was a product of public schools. His siblings were the products of public schools. And specifically, certainly, there is a lasting legacy of boarding schools. Again, most Native people, depending on one's age, you're talking about their grandparents, their great-grandparents, perhaps their parents, who were forced to attend boarding schools. However, specifically in California, there was a shift where the majority of California Indian children were attending public schools. But I want to be very clear that simply because one had access to attend public schools did not necessarily translate into equity when it came to what was possible at public schools. And so the next few slides, I'm going to discuss some of the framing of individuals involved in schooling for Native children. So this is a quote by the Indian agent from Round Valley. He wrote in 1884. So this is prior to sort of public schools. But I want you to really pay attention to this quote in his report. And so he noted in 1884 that, quote, little progress can be made in their education while they are allowed to run in the camp, subject to the taunts and jeers of the old and the contaminations of the younger and middle-aged. Now, what Agent Sheldon was referencing is that he was a firm believer in boarding schools. He firmly believed that the physical removal of children was necessary in order to really sort of meet that goal of assimilation. And so when you're talking about boarding schools, primarily they served as a colonial assimilationist tactic, right? How can you remove culture? How can you remove connection? How can you remove kinship? Right, so he's speaking and referencing in this government report also in a very paternalistic manner. He's talking about the idea of contaminations. This is the reason that we have to remove the children from reservations, because they could be contaminated. Little progress can be made. And I'm sharing this quote to present the sort of the mindset when it came to sort of formal education of California Indian children. So when we're talking about education for California Indian children, it can be divided into roughly 3 different time periods. So, between the beginning of statehood to roughly 1960, 1916, California Indian education existed primarily through federal boarding schools, day schools, and some contracts with largely religious, primarily Catholic schools. Um, Really, when you're then speaking to what the previous presentation mentioned, which was the Section 1662 in California. This is what was utilized to exclude Native children from attending regular schools. And so you then have, excuse me, the third period, which is, I'm going to talk about in a couple of slides, which is after the Piper decision. But this is an address that was written by the California State Superintendent of Public Education, Edward Hyatt, at the time. This was a speech that he gave, and he is asserting in his speech, quote, "The best solution of the problem is for the Indian children to be squarely taken into our ordinary district schools and taught by the same teachers in the same way as other children." So in 1914, the Superintendent of Public Instruction is really pushing for this idea of, to a degree, integration. However, he tempers his comment by noting that only positive results could be possible if, quote, "whenever Indian children are few as compared with the whites." And so what he's arguing in this speech is that while integration could perhaps be possible, that again, it is only perhaps assimilationist if Native children are in the minority population. You also have later on government reports that are documenting one of the causes that a lot of white parents are concerned about integration is that they're worried that their children are perhaps going to begin dating or having romantic relationships with Indian teenagers. And so this is sort of what is motivating some of these ideologies that are being held. So it's very anti-Indianism. So again, to highlight the shift that begins to occur specifically in California, this data comes from the annual report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs to the Secretary of the Interior. And so you can see outlined right in 1915 that there are only 316 California Indian students based on the data that's available, because it could be documents can sometimes be wrong, but 316. By 1916, it's 1,469. In 1917, it's 1,541. And by 1918, and subsequently throughout the remainder of the 20th century, the majority of California Indian students are attending public schools. And so it was 1,820 in comparison to 1,745. And so 1918 is that year that occurs. So the Piper decision is largely celebrated, though oddly not known by a lot of folks. The Piper decision involved a teenager, a 15-year-old by the name of Alice Piper. She was Paiute. She was a resident of Big Pine, and there's a map if you're sort of like, where is Big Pine? So her parents filed a lawsuit. And ultimately, there was a unanimous California State Supreme Court decision that argued that there was no cause for her ineligibility for attending a local public school, even if there was a day school, an Indian day school nearby too. And so this decision was announced the very same day that you have the 1924 Indian Citizenship Act. And so this court decision, along with the Mendez decision, were actually cited and used in ultimately the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education, Topeka, Kansas, which we all know ended school segregation. However, even that decision, it utilized the phrase "with all deliberate speed." And so this meant that for actually several years, school districts around the country did not integrate purposely. And so you can see a bit more about the Piper decision, right, that she could not be prevented from attending a public school because she was of Indian blood. To then jump in time in the 1960s, there are, like Professor Dixon mentioned, a series of government reports. There's also a series of hearings. And so this is just an example of that was described by Denison Knight. He was Pomo of Ukiah. And so he shared the story of a teacher acting as a hall monitor who grabbed 4 young Indian women, marched them to the principal's office with the loud pronunciation, "Here are your 4 black rats." He commented in describing this, the causes of discrimination appear to stem from long-time, deep-rooted prejudices of this area. And so this occurred within a public school. You also have in 1926, the Commonwealth Club of California issued a report and they detailed, right, so this is after 1924 when Indian children, California Indian children are legally supposed to be able to attend public schools. But what they detail is that this occurs and it ranges from what they term cruel exploitation to, quote, friendliness and honesty. The report shared the story of the Middle Creek District in Lake County, California. Due to a closure of an Indian day school, the public school there accepted 14 Indian children. However, it partitioned off a special room for these students. It fenced in a section of the playground and it hired a separate teacher for them. So despite the 1924 Piper decision, despite the idea, right, that California Indian children should be able and legally protected to attend public schools, again, this does not necessarily translate to equity. This does not necessarily translate to actually receiving equal education. If you're fencing off a playground because you don't want the Indian children to be able to socialize with the non-Indian children, there is something going on with that decision that is being made. I also want to highlight Superintendent of Public Instruction. This was Dr. Max Rafferty. So he was the superintendent from 63 to 70. His election was the very first time that the superintendent position appeared on the California ballot, so that people actually voted. He won by 52%. It was very close. And so he actually was an individual that worked with the organization that I mentioned Costa founded. And the society formed what was known as the Indian History Study Committee. And so at a 1965 State Curriculum Commission Committee chaired by Rafferty, where the society presented their report, Rafferty remarked publicly for the very first time about the manner in which Native cultures were presented in textbooks. And so he remarked that Indian history was one of the, quote, most neglected areas in California textbooks. And so this is a list of the Indian History Study Committee. Again, most of them are California Indian. There's a link that I can share with folks. You can watch it a little later on. But I'm going to highlight a couple of books that the society targeted. And so one, at the time period, California had the state printing press. And so all the books were the same throughout the entire state. And so they looked at Helen Bauer's California Gold Days. This was utilized in the 1950s and the 1960s. And so you can see how she's talking about the gold rush. She also includes this quote, "Were those Indians hiding behind those thick bushes?" And so they challenged this book. However, the state determined that this book was fine for continued use. The society also worked on a book called The Land of Oaks. This was written by James Harlow. This was used in the Oakland Unified School District, which was a relocated city selected by the federal government for out-of-state Indians to move to California. This was originally published in 53. It was also reprinted in 55 and 59. So if you attended schools in the Oakland Unified School District in the 50s or the 60s, there's a really good chance that you used this book. So Harlow used phrases and terms in his book like digger Indian, which is a slur, spooky songs, strange looking houses. He also commented in it, quote, every time you dig into the ground, you are likely to bump into something you could use to decorate your home on Halloween. What he is referencing in that are human remains, skeletons. And so the society, along with the Oakland American Indian Association, along with the Oakland Intertribal Friendship House, really went after this book. Now, the district decided that they did remove this book, however, perhaps in a public way to minimize the effectiveness of not only the society, but also Native parents. You have the director of instructional media tell the Oakland Tribune that the book was obsolete and had already been scheduled to be removed. But this is an example of creating alliances to have books removed and to think about, again, the impact that this book would have, not only on Native children in the Oakland Unified School District, but also how this is teaching non-Native children to think about Native people. Of course, again, many of you are familiar with what was known as sort of the sugar cube mission, sometimes popsicle sticks. I want to be very clear that in the fall of 2017, the State Department of Education announced its new educational history social science framework because it determined that the mission unit was offensive and actually taught little historical information, accurate information. And also to be very clear that the idea of the diorama was actually never part of a formal statewide curriculum. This is something that teachers did on their own, and it began to repeat. And this is a great example of how what you are exposed to yourself perhaps leads you to, as you grow up and into your chosen reflection, you begin to continue to mimic that. For decades, this was a mainstay in California fourth grade, the mission unit. And what the state is now doing is really examining how to revise and correct what sort of is taught in public schools. I also really want to quickly mention a couple of instances. So in February of 2018, there was at Stonegate Elementary School a form that was sort of circulated as homework. And so it included things like, quote, the women were called squaws, an Indian word for women. Of course, we know that given the term squaw and the way that places are being renamed, this is actually inappropriate. But this is what was being utilized in an elementary school class. Lastly, to bring attention to a handful of reports about sort of the importance of imagery. So the American Indian College Fund report, Creating Visibility, notes that invisibility is in essence the modern form of racism used against Native Americans. It is this invisibility that leads to college access and completion crisis among Native American students. You also have the Tribal College Journal of American Indians entitled Creating Community, and it argues that there's two important factors for not only college attendance, but also successful graduation, surrounding yourself with community, and also having at least one supportive mentor or advisor. Lastly, I want to highlight the Illuminative Reclaiming Native Truth report, which really articulates the idea of not only education being a key lever for change across all of this research in this report, but also a recognition that people, both Native and non-Native, recognize that what they are being taught in public schools is inaccurate and is indeed a deficit. And so this is a place, a site, where perhaps there can be change. So this is a wrap-up of my presentation. So I would like to end again with my appreciation and gratitude. I remind everyone to resist, revive, and indigenize. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony and bringing to light the very history of the state of California and its treatment towards California Indian people. And not just in history, but it's still happening now, as you referenced a book that was being used in the school system in 2018. So we're still identifying and working to eliminate all those things. So I want to thank you for bringing that forward and bringing to light the Piper decision that many wrote down. And so they're going to go and research that. But the Piper decision was also during the same time that the Indian Citizenship Act move forward. So we have to make sure that we highlight the Piper decision and how that actually impacted California Indian people here in the state of California. So I want to thank each one of the presenters for our panel 1 discussion. And again, all the information that you've been able to bring to our attention. Each one of these speakers has resources that are out there available for legislators and those that are watching through the assembly and those in the chambers here today. If you want to follow up and look up more information that's there, each one of the presenters is open to have that move forward. So I want to thank you, panel 1, for your discussions. Now we're going to move on to panel 2, and I want to acknowledge Assemblymember Gibson, who's joining us also here today. We just finished panel 1 on the evolution of Native Americans in education, the role of boarding schools in the effort to strip Native Americans of their language and culture. We're moving on to panel 2, which would be University of California, Hastings College of the Law discussion. And this is a really important topic as we've seen the history and the trauma that has been presented by previous presenters. And this panel will discuss efforts by the Yuki Indian people and the Round Valley Indian Tribes Tribal Council and the University of California, Hastings College of the Law in ongoing efforts to forge a path that recognizes the atrocities and genocide inflicted upon the California Indian people, but trying to forge a path that moves forward with restorative justice and relationship building. As we move forward on panel 2 discussions, well, our presenters will be Mona Odadson, Yuki Tribal Representative. Our second panel will be, our panel presenter will be President James Russ of the Round Valley Indian Tribes and Executive Director of Round Valley Indian Health Center. And we'll have Dean David Fagman, University of California, Hastings College of Law. That will be the order that we will take the testimony. Our first testimony will be done by Mona Onadutson, a Yuki tribal representative. Mona is of Yuki descent and an enrolled member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes. She has worked 43 years for her tribe, serving in many capacities, including the Tribal Council. I'd like to welcome Mona up to the dais.
Good morning, committee members and Assemblyman Ramos. I'm honored to talk to you today on behalf of the Yuki people of Round Valley, Eden Valley, and surrounding mountains. We have been on our homelands for over 12,000 years. We understand that we are here today to discuss restorative justice and the importance of striking Hastings' name from the UC Hastings College of Law. A few years ago, the Yuki and the Tribal Council were approached by representatives from Hastings College. They stated that through their own research, they became aware of the atrocities that the school's founder had committed upon the Yuki, and that they would like to atone for these wrongdoings. I would like to share an example of a particular story of these atrocities. I was going to tell you a story of a 10-year-old girl who was killed just because she was being stubborn. Instead, I'd like to share the story of Bloody Rock. This is an accounting from one of the settlers. As the story goes, there was a band of 65 unarmed Yuki. They were hunted down over hills and through the canyons of the Eel River. It was at this place where there was a rock formation that was over 150 feet of sheer drop on 3 sides. And at its base, it was skirted by small boulders and rocks. The Yukis were hemmed in on one side, headed off on another. The Yukis were half crazed by sleepless nights and days of terror, fleeing from those who hunted them. They were offered 3 alternatives: either continue and fight and be picked off one by one, concede to a truce, and then return to Round Valley. where they would be eventually perish from hunger, or lock hands and leap off the boulder. So the Yukies advanced to the edge of this mighty boulder, joined hands together, and commenced to sing their death song. With their cries, they leapt down to their death. No Yuki escaped or was captured, and many years later, the bones of the Yuki were still in evidence at the bottom of Bloody Rock. Additional accounts in that time, January 1859, the Sacramento Daily Union published reports that more than 150 Yuki Indians have been killed by whites within 3 to 4 months in the in the Eden Valley regions. J. Ross Brown later wrote, at Roundvale during the winter of 1858 to 1859, more than 150 peaceable Indians, including women and children, were cruelly slaughtered by the whites who had settled there under official authority. Armed parties went into the rancherias in one day when no evil was apprehended and shot the Indians down, weak, harmless, and defenseless as they were, without distinction of age, sex, shot down women with suckling babes on their breasts, killed or crippled the naked children that were running about. On January 20th, the Daily Alta California reported the slaughter of 170 Indians in the locality of Round Valley. The soldiers tried to be peacekeepers, but when there was a complaint to Washington, the U.S. Army commander ordered them to quit protecting the Round Valley Indians from what was now a profound lethal killing machine, and thus underscoring federal culpability in the region's genocide. Dillon reported from Round Valley, the party that went to Eden Valley to hunt the Indians have been there nearly 2 weeks hunting Indians, and that 240 Indians were killed. An informant who had just arrived reported that in the vicinity of Round Valley, within the past 3 weeks, there were from 300 to 400 bucks, squaws, and children that were killed by the whites. In a total, these reports suggest the killing primarily by vigilantes of at least 550 and perhaps as many as 910 Indian people in the Round Valley region within 5 months. There are not only a few hundred, but thousands of stories of how my ancestors' population was disseminated. The Yuki population went from around 20,000 down to 300 in little under 3 years. This is truly not just about a name change. In 1846, Serenus Hastings and Thomas Henley met as young men during the westward movement, young men with plans to head west and gain their positions of wealth and power. While they were dreaming and laying their plans, the Yuki were still untouched by this world. They lived in their stronghold that protected them, allowed them to carry on with their cultural way of life. The valley was so abundant that it easily supported the 20,000 or more Yuki. That was until around 1854. Serenus Hastings and Thomas Henley made their plans. They both served time as U.S. representatives, so they knew what was going on with the government and Indian country. Henley was appointed superintendent of the Round Valley Reservation, where he aided and abetted his friend. Serenus was not just another actor. What he did started a snowball effect. It put systems in place, funded systems. He organized an effort to clear the lands of the Yuki and the militia paid by the state. He used democracy to kill people. There are records of ordinary citizens that wrote letters to the governor, ordinary people from Mendocino County that told of the atrocities, the horrible slaughtering of Yuki people. This is a quote from the California legislature in 1860. Accounts are coming in from the counties on the Coast Range of sickening atrocities and wholesale slaughters of great numbers of defenseless Indians. For an evil of this magnitude, someone is responsible. Either our government or our citizens, or both are to blame. When Hastings was already a prominent statesman, he wrote Governor Wheeler, and Governor Wheeler was a personal friend of his, personal letters to the governor and the military commanders, pressuring them to do something about the Indians so the land would be clear of them when the white settlers arrived. Hastings kept pressuring and offering them money for salary and supplies for the militia. And when the governor and the legislature finally agreed, Hastings was ready. The militia was called the Eel River Rangers. It was led by Walter Darboe, a well-known violent psychotic killer. This conflict was called the Mendocino Wars. It was between the Yukis and the white settlers in Mendocino County, lasting from July 1859 to January 1860. It was caused by settler intrusion and slave raids on native lands. Subsequent native retaliation resulting in the deaths of hundreds of Yukis. It took the population of my people from 20,000 down to 300, and only in 6 months. Hastings was surely no ordinary guy. This is very traumatizing to me, traumatizing to read, traumatizing to feel the hurt of my ancestors, and is not to be seen, not to be seen, but invisible. You have to fight to be seen. The Yuki do not want to be invisible. We want a transparent process. We deserve it, and the public deserves it. Our asking to change the name of the college into a Yuki name is very minimal that the state can do, especially in light of this history, because nothing will change history. We are asking for restorative justice and the right to choose a name from our language so the law school and those who attend the institution will be participants in restorative justice efforts daily by speaking and helping to revitalize the Yuki language. The new name should be one that will never allow us to forget all the unthinkable horrors and unmentionable atrocities sponsored and directed by Serenus Hastings in the state of California. The proposed legislation is an essential first step in the trauma healing and delivery of justice for the descendants of the state-sponsored genocide that occurred specifically at the urging and active support of Serenus Hastings. The restorative justice measures, including the name change, will aid in some of the suffering of the atrocities associated with UC Hastings College of the Law's namesake. The Yuki people have suffered effects of loss and homeland, genocidal murder of the ancestors, genocidal pain, generational pain and trauma. for the heinous acts of Mr. Hastings for nearly 170 years. Via Justitia, let justice be done. Shulta. Thank you all.
Thank you for your testimony and for representing the Yuki people and ancestors, being able to speak here in the chambers, here in the state legislature, bringing testimony forward. I want to thank you for that and for your testimony and bringing to light, truly, from the Yuki people's own words and voices, the trauma that's been inflicted. Thank you for your testimony. Assemblymember Gibson.
I was just going to say thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate you sharing your pain with all of us and giving us an opportunity to rewrite the wrongs that have taken place in this country. And I want to say your bravery here today, in the words you said about people never forgetting, we'll never forget. And that's why we're here, to rewrite the wrong that has been done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assemblymember Gibson. I also want to acknowledge Assemblymember Ting participating here in this hearing. Thank you, Assemblymember Ting. Our next presenter is President Jim Russ of the Round Valley Indian Tribes and Executive Director of Round Valley Indian Health Center. He is Wailaki descendant and an enrolled member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes. President Russ has worked at the Health Center for more than 20 years. Prior to that, he worked for the tribe as the education director for 10 years. Mr. President Russ, can you please come forward, offer your testimony?
Thank you. First, I'd like to acknowledge our tribal elder, Mona. Thank you for being here and sharing. Very, very powerful. Secondly, I'd like to start with giving thanks to our Creator, the Great Spirit, our Lord in heaven. Thank you for Him for this beautiful, beautiful day, bringing us together to discuss these important issues that will affect all Indian tribes. Just a quick note, today we find ourselves in a world nearly at war that could escalate very quickly and affect the entire world. We also find ourselves in the second year of a worldwide pandemic that has affected every nation and our country and every community, certainly our community in Round Valley. So I guess the question becomes, how do we carry on normal business when we have all of this stuff going on that we see around us every day? And how do we just carry on our day-to-day and look at resolving issues such as this with all this going on? However, we're not here today to solve all the world's problems. We're here today to talk about and focus on some of the Indian issues that we deal with, and more specifically the Round Valley. I'd like to thank Chairman Ramos and also all the members of the Assembly Select Committee on Native American Affairs for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Round Valley Indian Tribes and to let the process begin of telling our story, as Mona has really set the table on what we're talking about here today. But anyway, it's important for us to let our story be told and to start that process. One of our Yuki elders came into one of our meetings in Round Valley, and she was very forthcoming and forthright by saying that all of our tribes in Round Valley have a story to tell, and most specifically the Yukis, who were involved in a lot of this tragic stuff that has gone on. And so, but we thanked her for coming in that day to bring it up, and that she had some stories to be told that she told us that day too, which brings it to a perspective that we need to move forward and try to right some of these wrongs and portray our history accurately and not as it is in a lot of the textbooks that we saw this morning on some of the presentations that came this morning. And we are especially grateful to Chairperson Ramos for intervening in this process and bringing the full impact of this important issue, starting with education and moving into other areas. and bring it to the full attention of the California State Assembly. So we'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank you very much for doing that. Like the chairman said, my name is James Russ. I'm the duly elected president of Round Valley Indian Tribes. I'm an enrolled member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, and I am of Wailaki and Namalaki descent. I have worked for our tribe in education and healthcare for nearly 30 years, and it's been rewarding and challenging both. I'd like to start by talking a little bit about a history, because I know a lot of our legislative folks don't really know about how our history came about. So the history of our valley and what happened in our area. So Round Valley has been the heart of the Yuki territory, quote unquote, since time began. The Yuki people have lived in their ancestral homeland stretching from Humboldt Bay to the upper Russian River area for over 12,000 years, prior to other tribes coming into the area, and then, of course, a westward movement and contact with the other dominant society. So the history of the Round Valley Indian tribes. Round Valley Indian tribes is a fairly recognized tribe, beginning as the Pueblo Indian community. Round Valley tribes is a confederation of tribes, the Yuki, Wailaki, Concow, Little Lake Pomo, Namalaki, and Pit River. The tribes were forced and relocated onto the land formerly inhabited by the Yuki tribe. If you don't know, we are located in northeastern Mendocino County over toward the coast. Our land base is approximately 32,000 acres, and we're one of the oldest and largest tribes in the state of California, with our membership is getting close to 6,000 enrolled members. The Round Valley Indian Reservation began in 1856 as the Nomcolt Farm, an administrative extension of the Namalaki Reservation located on the northeastern edge of the Sacramento Valley near Pascana. One of the 5 reservations in California legislated by the United States government in 1852. The system of Indian reservations had a dual purpose: to protect Indians by segregating them from the settlers converging on California in greater and greater numbers, and to free Indian land for the settlers as they came in and as their population grew. When the reservation was established, the Yuki people, as they came to be called, of Round Valley were forced into a difficult and unusual situation. Their traditional homeland was not completely taken over by settlers as in other parts of California. Instead, a small part of it was reserved, called a reservation, especially for their use, as well as the use of other Indians who were forcefully located in that area as well. Many who may not, I had written down enemies, but I hesitate to use that word because it throws a kind of a wrench in how tribes got along, and I have a totally different perspective on that. So I'm going to just say that many with the other tribes who maybe they didn't see eye to eye on a day-to-day basis. So anyway, and that's just how it goes in our areas. The Yuki had to share their home with strangers who spoke other languages, lived with other beliefs, and who used the land and its product differently. The other tribes that came to Round Valley, as they did to other reservations by force, the word drive, widely used at the time, is a descriptive of the practice of rounding up Indians and driving them like cattle to the reservations where they were corralled by high picket fences and surrounded by the cavalry that were stationed there. Such drives took place in all weather and seasons, and the elderly and sick often did not survive. The Nomcolt Walk is an annual reenactment of one of these drives. As we know, one of the most famous one is the Trail of Tears with the Cherokees. When we started these years ago, my grandmother was still alive, and I overheard her speaking with another tribal elder, and what they were talking about was they said, this is one forced relocation, and there's many more that has occurred. But we do this to honor our people that came before us and to acknowledge their sacrifice that they portrayed in being driven in, but being survivists and surviving through these hardships. In particular, the Nomcolt Walk, many Indians died while they were being driven over the mountain of the Mendocino National Forest. So from years of intermarriages, common lifestyle, and a shared land base, a unified community has emerged. In 1936, under the Indian Reorganization Act, the descendants of the Yuki, Wailaki, Concow, Little Lake, Pomo, Namalaki, and Pitt River formed a new tribe on the reservation through the adoption of a constitution and created the Pueblo Indian community, later to be called the Round Valley Indian Tribes. Our heritage is a rich combination of different cultures with a common reservation experience and history. Round Valley Indian Tribes is fairly unique in our tribal dynamics. As I've just mentioned, the many tribes that are there under federal recognition. So it's taken years and years of trying to work together to create a stable tribal government and establish our tribal programs to deliver services to our people, including our Round Valley Indian Health Center located on our reservation. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on who we are and where we are. And then I'd like to make a few comments now on the Hastings Law Initiative. The Hastings Law Initiative, well, the intent of the Hastings Law Initiative has been to bring awareness, make amends, and decide how to make up for historical wrongs committed by the founder of Hastings Law School, Serenus Hastings. The Hastings Law Initiative has brought many issues to the surface in our tribal community. The Round Valley Indian tribes work diligently to address the ongoing effects of historical trauma, and naturally we want to address this issue in a manner that will continue to promote well-being and healing for our community members. Round Valley Indian Tribes has been advised and guided by the leadership of Asm Ramos to not just participate in the name change of a law school, but to take the time to tell the story of our Native people in Round Valley area and in all California. Our story includes the genocide and annihilation of our way of life, but that's not the story of the Native people and California tribes. Our stories begin with our creation. Excuse me. Our creation stories, our languages, customs, and cultures are what define us as a distinct ethnic group. Our legal relationship with the United States is what defines tribes as sovereign nations. Quite obviously, each is an important distinction, but our ethnic identity was defined hundreds of years before contact with Europeans and westward expansion by the United States. Another kind of sub-issue is in September of 2021, a group of senators and representatives reintroduced the Truth and Healing Commission of Indian Boarding School Policies in the United States, which we've heard more detail this morning in the presentations. But this would establish a commission to investigate, document, and acknowledge past injustices of the federal government's Indian boarding school policies. We experienced in Round Valley these same types of issues that have been talked about this morning, of children being forcibly removed. As we saw with some of the quotes this morning on the presentations, people that were involved with that felt that that was the right thing to do, and that was trying to civilize these barbaric people that they looked at us as Indian people. So that's something that's not just, when we think about it, it's not just 500 years ago. That's in the last 100 years. That's our grandparents, maybe perhaps great-grandparents, in some cases our parents. So that's something that really hits home with us. It is the hope of Round Valley Indian Tribes that the Hastings Law Initiatives will inspire an equally important campaign to tell the truth about all aspects of what the Native people of California during the contact period and post-colonialism. This initiative has the potential to rewrite history books and bring about a truth that may bring important, meaningful changes to what is known about the settlers that came to California in search of gold and with the encouragement of manifest destiny. The fundamental goal on behalf of the Round Valley Indian Tribes is to participate in this initiative process with transparency and integrity, and the primary focus on healing and the truth-telling, the accurate truth-telling of what happened to our people. In order for us to continue along a healing process, this has to happen in that manner. One of the things that happened at the council level at the Roundvale Indian Tribes is that when this came to our attention and we started having discussions about meeting with the Hastings folks and college folks and staff, board members, was that I felt very strongly personally that we do have Yuki folks that can speak on their behalf and can portray an accurate history on their own behalf. So the council sanctioned a Yuki committee to meet with the Hastings people in the legacy or restorative justice. And so that was done by a council resolution. And the reason I felt very strongly with that is about that fact is we have two ladies here today that are very capable of talking about their tribe and their histories and what happened to them and their stories. So, so the council did approve that, and we're moving ahead with that. So we've gone through, I just want to make one quick comment about that. So we've gone through all of the storming and forming and norming that most committees go through. And so, but that's just, you know, that's the way it goes. And it takes a little bit of time to pull things together and to define, you know, what we're really working towards and define our common goals together. And so it's been a process, and we're still going through that process. Let me see. The fundamental goal on behalf of the Roundvale is to participate in this initiative process with transparency and integrity, and the primary focus on healing and truth-telling. How this occurs depends on all of us that are involved. The Roundvale Yuki tribal members, the Roundvale Council, Hastings Law Group, you know, we're still coming together on these issues, which we've worked into a process that we're calling initiatives. And it just takes time. It takes time to identify these potential ways that we could partner and how we work with each other for common goals and to create some type of resolution and solutions to these issues that are coming up. But during this time when I'm talking about coming together and storming and norming and forming and working together, it has created all these things point to a much deeper issues of unresolved grief, the pain of multi-generational trauma, and a tribal community defined by its history of colonization. Now that these wounds have been resurrected, we understand that they have been just below the surface for a very, very long time. With all due respect, Roundvale Tribes calls for assistance in addressing the harm that this effort has caused. Currently, all parties of the initiative have identified the following ways of making amends for the past atrocities, which I just referred to as the initiatives of Mr. Hastings. While this list was created with input from all parties, the tribe hereby recommends additional efforts to address the historical trauma of not just the Yuki people, but all Native people of California. Again, what this may look like for the state of California is yet to be defined. I'd like to take just a moment to stress just a few of some of the broader issues that we deal with as a tribe, just to bring it to the attention of this subcommittee and to the California Assembly in general. So some of the issues that we deal with on a daily basis and have dealt with for years is economic development in our community. And also in terms of just communication, one of the things that came to a head that was very relevant during this pandemic was our children were no longer allowed to go to school. They were told to stay home and weren't allowed to go into the classrooms. And so then they were told that, well, you can Zoom in or do various things. The problem we had with that was we had no access on our reservation to high-speed lines. We had one outside company that was you could get a high-speed internet, but it wasn't very high-speed. And so it certainly wasn't enough. It wasn't sufficient for our kids to learn. So we've been working on our own issues within the valley of trying to start our own cell tower system to get those up and running and get our kids to have access and our folks too in the valley to have access to high-speed lines. Another very important issue for us is education. And I know we've heard a lot about Indian education. There's a lot of work to be done. This is very important for us as a tribe and as we move forward. We have one local school district in Round Valley. And within about the last 5 years, we had about 80% of our local school district was Indian kids. And so, but we still deal with the same issues, even though we have the largest population. We still deal with the same issues that you hear from other school districts as well. And basically, just to sum it up in one word, it's just racist. It's blatant racism that we deal with almost on a daily basis. So we have some huge challenges in education, and we're trying to work through them. Another issue that I'd like to bring to the attention is we do have a Roundvale Indian Health Center that's located on our reservation. It's one of the oldest health centers that was around too. It was started in 1968. But anyway, in 2008, 2009, the state Indian Health program was cut from the budget entirely. And since then, and we understand that there were a huge budget deficit, and the state needed to do something to balance the budget. But all of the programs, other programs that were cut during that time, have all been reinstated, except for our program. So I know that there's been a bill, and there's been some advocacy on the part of Chairman Ramos and other legislators to try to reinstall that program on an ongoing basis. So it's crucial to our Indian health and to our community. So I'd really like to emphasize that. The other issue that I'd like to bring to your attention is the MMIW, the Murdered Missing Indigenous Women. So we had a very high-profile case that was brought to the attention of not only California, but probably the country. But this hits home for us very right to the core of our heart, as we had one young lady in our community was brutally assaulted. She's right now in UC Davis Medical Center. And so she is just clinging to life. She's still alive. Fortunately, she was found. But this is another thing that we need to bring to the forefront on behalf of our Indigenous women, is that this happens far too often. And we need to come to some type of solutions, working collectively together with the state and federal governments and local governments, county governments, to try to do something and come to some resolutions on this problem too, which is affecting all of our reservations. So I'd like to end by just kind of summing up these words that I'm going to be talking about are from one of our great Lakota leaders. What the hell, if I can find it. I think this is kind of fitting to end with. This is by one of our Lakota leaders, Sitting Bull. Warriors are not what you think of as warriors. The warrior is not someone who fights, for no one has the right to take another life. The warrior, for us, is the one who sacrifices himself for the good of others. His task is to take care of the elderly, the defenseless, those who cannot provide for themselves, and above all, the children, the future of humanity. And I'll end with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Russ, for your testimony and bringing to light the issues that still plague California Native Americans, and in particularly the tribes here, as far as what still is going on today, right? Missing and murdered Indigenous women, persons on federal reservations, and our heart and our prayer goes out to your member who is in UC Davis and in the hospital recovering from those areas. But it shouldn't be happening still in the year 2022. And we've been trying to bring that attention with the support of the legislature moving forward on tackling those issues. Broadband, another issue. I know our colleagues here, we worked on broadband last session where we included tribal communities in that language moving forward. But thank you for bringing that, and thank you to the testimony, Mona, for bringing full circle from your own voices, right, the atrocities that happened. I think that's very, very important as this process continues to move forward. And now I'd like to bring up Dean David Fagman from the University of California, Hastings College of the Law, Chancellor and Dean. He is the John Digrady Distinguished Professor of Law at the University of California Hastings College of Law, holds an appointment as professor in the School of Medicine, Department of Psychiatry at the University of California in San Francisco. If I could have the dean move forward.
Chair Ramos, Assembly members Mathis and Ting. Mr. Ting, good to see you again. I have a prepared statement. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before this committee. Our subject today is very important: how the state of California and Hastings College of the Law should respond to the evils committed by civic and government leaders against the indigenous peoples of California in the mid-19th century, including the founder of our law school, Serenus Hastings. The history of white settlers' treatment of indigenous tribes in California is one of blood, tears, heartache, and misery. It is a history that I was largely unfamiliar with until the first year of my regular deanship, though of course I was generally familiar with the atrocities carried out by settlers across North America. However, shortly after my deanship began in 2017, an op-ed appeared in the San Francisco Chronicle detailing the participation of two individuals in particular who had prestigious institutions named in their honor. One was Leland Stanford, and the other was our school's founder, Serenus Hastings, the first Chief Justice and the first Attorney General of California. After seeing this op-ed, I read two books on the subject that had recently been published, one by Benjamin Madley, An American Genocide, and the other by Brendan Lindsay, Murder State. Both of these books told the gruesome story of California's practice under color of law of removing Native Americans in California from their land by whatever means necessary, including by killing and enslaving Native peoples. In each of those books, Serenus Hastings occupied a discussion of fewer than one or two paragraphs. Still, his support and promotion of killings in Northern California made him an accomplice to the greater crimes against humanity that occurred in the 1850s and beyond. Shortly after reading these books, I constituted a committee in the spring of 2017, what came to be known as the Hastings Legacy Review Committee, or Legacy Committee, to examine our founders' actions and to make recommendations to me about the best path forward. Additionally, I asked Professor Brendan Lindsay, author of Murder State, to prepare a white paper to further research the specific actions of Serenus Hastings. In the following 3 years, the Legacy Committee completed substantial work. In particular, the committee, chaired by the then chair of the Hastings Board of Directors, Tom Getty, himself an Indian law expert, reached out to several tribal groups in Northern California, including the Round Valley Indian Tribes and the CINC Intertribal Wilderness Council. Committee members made several trips to Ukiah and Pueblo, the latter being the seat of the Round Valley Tribal Council. I had the honor of joining several of these meetings in both Ukiah and Pueblo. Although the charge of the Legacy Committee was to make recommendations to the Dean regarding what restorative justice efforts should be contemplated, it soon became clear that the answer to this question depended on developing a relationship with the affected tribes of Round Valley, and in particular, the tribe generally known as the Yuki. Many tribal members, however, have asked us to use alternative names for them, since Yuki originally meant enemy in another tribe's language. Names suggested to us have varied, but include Nom, Ponom, Wituknom, and people of Eden and Round Valley. Out of respect for their wishes, as well as the fundamental principle that each of us, as sovereigns over our own and our collective destinies, should be able to decide for ourselves what our name should be, I shall refer to the most deeply affected tribe of Serenus Hastings' actions as the people of Eden and Round Valleys. From 2017 through the present, the college has sought to develop a relationship with RVIT as the sovereign representative of the Confederation of Tribes of Round Valley, as well as the people of Eden and Round Valleys. Based on our several meetings with tribal representatives, as well as the recommendations of the Legacy Committee, I made a report to the Hastings Board of Directors in September 2020. In that report, I recommended that the college continue to work with RVIT and the people of Eden and Round Valleys and focus on developing trust and friendship, which would be the foundation for restorative opportunities going forward. My report recommended concentrating on concrete ways to build a partnership, a collaboration, indeed a friendship between our two communities. On our campus, I created the successor to the Legacy Committee by designating a group of students, staff, faculty, and alumni to serve on a decanal Restorative Justice Advisory Board, what's become known as RJAB. College officials continued to meet during this time with tribal members, but in-person meetings were limited by both the global COVID pandemic and wildfires that raged across Round Valley. Nonetheless, the college has moved forward on a number of initiatives, including designating a space in the lobby of our main administration building, Mary Kay Kane Hall, to commemorate the history and experiences of the people of Eden and Round Valleys. We were given a gift of $25,000 from an alum to support the gathering of narratives from tribal elders, which could be archived in our library and shared with our students in the commemorative space. In 2020, we created the Indigenous Law Center, led by Professor Joe Carrillo. The Indigenous Law Center has been very active in inviting distinguished visiting scholars in Indian law and working with the Ramaytush Ohlone, on whose ancestral lands the college is situated, to draft a land acknowledgement. This year, the college has funded 4 summer grants for our students to work with legal aid and tribal courts serving the indigenous peoples of Northern California, including the tribes of Round Valley. It is thus important to highlight that the college has been involved in defining and carrying out restorative justice efforts with RVIT and the people of Eden and Round Valleys for over 4 years. For the school, this is a matter of utmost importance, both in terms of what a law school might do in partnership with the tribes of Round Valley, as well as how our students can benefit by learning the history of 19th century California. From the start of our efforts in 2017, and indeed in the title to the op-ed mentioned above, the question of whether Hastings' name should continue to be affixed to our great law school has been part of the conversation. The Legacy Committee considered it and recommended that for the time being, restorative justice efforts be the focus of our work. In my report to the board, I too recommended keeping the focus on restorative justice efforts and not seeking a name change. The Hastings Board of Directors accepted that initial recommendation unanimously. Over these 4+ years, the issue of changing the name of the school has been complicated in a number of ways. The college's community was deeply divided on the matter. In conversations with tribal leaders, they too indicated the desire to emphasize restorative efforts and ways for us to build trust and a continuing friendship. In our in-person meeting with the people of Eden and Round Valleys in August 2021 in San Francisco, the issue of the name was discussed at some length, but again, there was a fair degree of division among the assembled. Of course, the issue of the school's name is deeply complicated by the fact that the college is a statutory and constitutional entity and does not have unilateral power to change its name. Changing the name is not a straightforward or simple matter. In any case, following the New York Times story of October 28, 2021, entitled "School Faces Founders' Role in Native Killings," the issue of the college's name became a national issue. As we have found throughout these past 4 years, the debate about the name subsumes all other conversations and tends to undermine substantive efforts to build lasting relationships in furtherance of restorative justice. In conversations with senior leaders at the college, as well as members of the Hastings Board of Directors, I brought to the board the question of whether the college should seek legislation to change the name of the school. In December, this past December, the Hastings Board of Directors voted unanimously to direct me to work with legislators and the governor to change the name. Since that time, we have had the privilege of meeting with Assembly members Ramos and Ting. Senator Wiener, other legislators, the elected leadership of RVIT, and members of the people of Eden and Round Valleys to discuss how best to move forward. There are two fundamental issues that now face California lawmakers. The first is whether the name Hastings should be removed from the college. The college's board of directors, as noted, voted unanimously to do so, and we believe that this is now the right course for the California legislature to take. This appears to be a view shared by RVIT and some of the people of Eden and Round Valleys. The question resolves down to whether, in the 21st century, a great law school should continue to honor Serenus Hastings after learning of his acts promoting the killing of California Native Americans in the late 1850s. We believe that the answer is clear that it should not. The second issue is what should be the name of the school going forward. The college's board of directors voted unanimously in a second meeting in December to recommend to the legislature to use San Francisco to designate the school. This is the school's request, which is based on numerous considerations, including, first, the college has been in San Francisco from its founding for now over 144 years. It is located in the heart of the city with an urban campus that overlooks City Hall and is within blocks of virtually every city, state, and national agency and court. The school is thus uniquely associated with the city of San Francisco. Second, the uniform and default designation for all University of California and California State University campuses is their geographic home. Third, the use of San Francisco in the college's name is supported by President Michael Drake of the University of California and Chancellor Sam Hallgood of the University of California, San Francisco. Fourth, if we return to 1878 and Serenus Hastings had not bestowed his name on the school, the college, as the first law department of the University of California, would most likely have been named University of California College of the Law, San Francisco. And fifth, and finally, as has been demonstrated repeatedly in conversations with the people of Eden and Round Valleys, a first principle of sovereignty, whether as a person or as a community, is to choose by what name you wish to be called. We wish that this principle be honored in the case of our great law school. Hastings College of the Law has a rich and honorable history. Its graduates include California Supreme Court justices, federal and state legislators, U.S. attorneys and district attorneys, public defenders and defense counsel, other distinguished members of the legal profession, and the current Vice President of the United States. As a school, we are dedicated to continuing restorative justice efforts that benefit both our community and the Indigenous communities of Round Valley, and ideally, Indigenous communities across the state. These efforts were freely embraced more than 4 years ago and will continue into the future. We welcome the opportunity to continue to work with California legislators, the governor's office, and the tribes and peoples of Round Valley to remove the name Hastings from the college and begin a new chapter in the distinguished history of the University of California College of the Law, San Francisco. This has been a journey of growth and learning. I understand in new ways the impacts of both historical trauma and of healing. I am grateful to President Russ for his friendship and his partnership. I am also humbled and thankful for the friendship and trust of the people of Eden Valley who I have come to know. Among them are the Medell and Pete family, who I am honored to read a statement from them now. From the Medells and the Pete family, who are descendants of Eden Valley, dear Honorable Assembly Member James Ramos, as we address the matter of the name change of Hastings College of Law, let us first address our own name. As direct descendants of the Watuktnam, people of Uxta-Mahanut, known today as Yuki. The word Yuki means enemy, and we are and will continue to declare this now and into the future, that we are not your enemy. Our people were here before the United States government. We were here before the state of California. We were here before Serenus Hastings. We were here before the Round Valley Indian tribes. And we are still here. We are the autochthonous of the land. We are the Watuktnam people of Uxta-Mahanut, known today as Eden Valley. We recognize our inherent sovereign right from our Creator to this land and to help bring forgiveness and redemption to the victims and the perpetrators. With this forgiveness, we walk in the freedom and blessing given by our Creator to ask that the name Hastings College of Law and the board seat of the heir of Serenity Hastings remain in place. It is this forgiveness that we can bring real truth and healing to our people and to the state of California. This act of forgiveness helps us move towards reconciliation, restoration, and ensuring that there is justice and liberation of our people. We know that this is just the beginning of the process, but we must first and foremost start with the foundation of our existence. That ends their letter. Thank you very much for your time today and your attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Dean Fagan. And I just want to be clear to the committee and to the assembly members and those watching on television, we do have the representation of the president of Round Valley Tribes and Mona representing the Yuki people through the resolution from the tribal government, from the Round Valley Indian tribes. And they spoke so eloquently about the history and their involvement in this ongoing process with the name change and restorative justice. So I just want to make it clear that we are hearing from the sovereign tribal government and the resolution and the Yuki people of the committee that's been established. So that voice is loud and clear in this hearing. So I just wanted to make that clear. And I want to thank you for your testimony, Dean Fagan, and your willingness to continue to look at restorative justice and the process of the renaming of the law school itself. I think what we've heard was that there needs to be inclusion of voices also in that process. And I think that's something that now that has come to the attention of the state legislature that we're very much engaged in allowing that process to move forward. So I want to thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the members? Assemblymember Ting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just let me thank you for your leadership on this issue and for your leadership in this select committee today. Very much appreciated. I also want to thank President Russ and Ms. Olandason. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. And of course, Dean Fagman. My district office is only a block away from the Hastings College of Law. It has been there, and I think when this issue has really rose as an issue over the last couple years, I really want to thank Dean Fagman and the Hastings leadership, both the alumni, the faculty, for really taking a hard look at this issue and really going through a very thoughtful process as to what should be done. Too often we have institutions, whether they're higher education institutions or government institutions or companies, really look the other way, try to brush history under the rug. And I really do appreciate your acknowledgement of what happened and really your being very open about discussing the history. It's having everybody speak today. The first thing I think of is all the pain that has been caused and all the pain that people feel. It's very difficult to even talk about it, whether you're the law school or whether you're the tribal leaders, and to talk about the genocide. But what we've learned is if we don't talk about history, we don't acknowledge it, we don't own it, that we often repeat it. And so I think sitting here today and hearing from the various parties involved the fact that there is no disagreement about whether we should change the name of the School of Law. Really, the only question is what do we change it to? And I really appreciate all the discussion and all the process. I think we are still taking time. Our chairman here is really bringing all the stakeholders together, and I hope that as we continue discussions through this year, that we can come to some resolution that we could all be very, very proud of. I think I respect the wishes of the board, but I also do respect the wishes of the tribal leaders who want to see some acknowledgement within the name of what has happened. And I hope, and I'm very confident that over the next few months that we can come to agreement. It'd be my direct goal that we come to an agreement. And I really feel that in this room today, there's acknowledgement of what happened, there's an understanding of what happened, and there's an acknowledgement that it was wrong. There's no one justifying the actions or trying to whitewash history, as too often happens. And so today, just representing my city and coming and also having a very close relationship with our dean and also the School of Law since we are neighbors, I think it's just important to just, again, appreciate everyone for taking the time to be here. Appreciate everybody for acknowledging what happened, but also acknowledging that this is a process. This is a struggle. What happened was horrible, but understanding how we process it and how we come out of it is also a struggle as well. So again, I appreciate all the leaders for coming today. I really urge all of us to keep having discussions. We're in good hands with our chairman here, and I'm very, very confident we will be able to come to some resolutions so we can, again, enact the board's wishes, and I think, frankly, the wishes of the people of California to rename a very good institution and to really move it forward and acknowledge also the atrocities that happened to the tribes and their ancestors and ensure that we never forget that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Ting. Assemblymember Gibson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also align my comments with Mr. Ting and thank Dean Figman for joining us today and reading the letters and the wishes of the Board of Directors. And again, I think we're coming at a time in our history that we have to talk about restorative justice. And I think restorative justice looks like the name being changed and also the first people being part of that process. And this is that process right here that we have opened up testimonies. I'm appalled by what I heard because I've always reflected back on Black people, African Americans people, and slavery, and certainly this country has a very checkered past when it comes down to people of color. But we must be, at least in this position as policymakers, try to rewrite the wrongs of what has happened in the past so that we can move on. And I think the way we move on is to rename this institution. And I think that it's reflective of a collaboration of many voices, but most involved the first Americans' voices, which is most important, which is the Native American voices, to making sure that it's something that they can be proud of. Making sure that it's something that the surrounding communities in California can be proud of, because I think we stand at a time where we have a number of people who I grew up with that were enslaved, my people, that caused genocides to people of color. And we cannot look at those statues, those monuments, and feel good about ourselves. And I know that you had articulated how many well-known people have graduated and went through Hastings Law School, and that's all and well, and we appreciate those individuals who provide great leadership. But we want to write a new narrative for California and also this institution of higher learning. It should reflect a proud people, a people who lost a tremendous amount of people in this country due to racism and discrimination. And to have something that reflects people that can feel proud of going there and not have to worry about the past, I think it's the right step to take. And so, again, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your great leadership, because had you not been elected, I'm not sure we'd be having this conversation today. And I want to thank you for standing up and speaking truth to power, because it was because of your birth, your commitment, your heritage that led you to be in this place, in this dispensation, to write history aright And so I want to thank you for your leadership in bringing us here to raise the conscious level of this great state of California. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Assemblymember Gibson. I also want to acknowledge Assemblymember Cervantes and Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia also participating in this hearing. Is there any other questions on this topic on this panel before we move to the next? Thank you, Dean Vagan, for your testimony. Thank you to all the testimony that was spoken. Certainly, President Russ, Mona, representing Yuki people and those in attendance here today, and the Dean and Hastings Law School for acknowledging atrocities that were inflicted by the founder's name of that law school, but also open to discuss and how to move forward, I think is where we're headed. I think there is genuine agreement that the name Hastings should be stricken. It's more of the discussion and the process of ongoing discussion of what that replacement name should be. So with that, I want to thank you for your participation here on panel 2. We will move on to panel 3. Panel 3 is California Indian Nations colleges. Why we need our own college, taking back our power. And to those in the audience and those watching through the television, Assembly Television, California is one of the only states that has no federally recognized or federally accredited tribal college in the state of California, yet we have the highest population of Native Americans living in the state of California. So it's my pleasure to introduce panel 3. Panel 3, who will discuss the need and role of tribal colleges and the California Indian Nations College efforts to gain federal accreditation and why they are important. We have Theresa Mike, the Honorable Theresa Mike, who was born and raised in the Lummi Nation in Washington State. Ms. Mike worked through community college and later the Lummi Indian School of Aquaculture while raising a family, maintaining her culture and serving in tribal government. In the 1980s, she helped lead the transition of the LISA to the Lummi Community College and helped see it through to accreditation. And in its transition to the Northwest Indian College as it expanded to serve many tribes in the Northwest up in the Washington area. Ms. Mike went to further expand upon her previous work, which led to founding the California Indian Nations College, which the 29 Palm Band of Mission Indians tribal government chartered in 2017. She will be joining us virtually, and so we want to make sure that she's able to join.
As she gets ready to go on, I wanted to just add to that biography. She was the 2020 and 2021 Woman of the Year in the Assembly District that I get to represent in the Coachella Valley. So just wanted to put a little cherry on top of the biography introduction there. That's all. Just a little cherry there. Yeah.
Are we able to bring her up virtually? Is she on? Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Theresa, we could hear you.
Okay, good. Good morning, everybody, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for listening to what I have to say. And I've been in education for more than 20 years. As Mr. Ramos stated, I was working at Lummi and helped establish Northwest Indian College for about 14 years and continued that when I moved here and was instrumental in hiring as the Human Resource Director for Spotlight 29 Casino and the 29 Palms Band of Mission Indians. We also had a GED program that ran for 2 years at Spotlight, and we graduated over 75 of our employees with their GED. So I would like to start by saying that through my years of working as a human resource director and as an educator, I've seen the transformation of several people's lives and how many have come from alcoholism and drugs and a sense of helplessness to employment and virtual turnaround of their circumstances. So I have always been a true believer in education and the health of Native Americans. But transforming the lives of Native Americans is most of the time not an easy task. In order to affect change, people need choices and chances. Sometimes they get neither. I remember when I was in high school, in my final year, 12th grade, the counselors would come and pick different children from the classroom, and they would be gone for hours, seemingly. And then when it was my turn, I was gone for 5 minutes. So what I was told was I would probably never attend college. So, and I was sent back to class. So I never really had a choice back then and never knew what my choices were. But as we started working on the college at Lummi and here in California, we try to give people those chances and those choices. Years of oppression and suppression has left many without either for centuries. They have taken the land, they have suppressed the language, and the Relocation Assimilation Act of 1953, where they took Native Americans from the reservations and placed them in training sessions or on-the-job training in different parts of the country. They, especially at Lummi, a lot of Lummies came here to California and were given minimal jobs. Were taught welding in most cases. My mother was a welder, but those jobs didn't last. And so assimilation didn't work, and the relocation program didn't work for a great majority of the people. Eventually, everyone moved back to the reservations. So all of this, they have learned a trade, but couldn't use it. If they got a job, it was at minimum wage and were not able to fully assimilate into society and pay the rent and have food to eat and have no medical care. These are just a few of the actions by the federal government, and states also get involved. There is no economic development on reservations until the Cabazon decision that started gaming. Even in gaming, as I was the human resource director, I saw the turnaround of some of our tribal members who really want to work, but could never get hired in any town or city because of racism. So, and then in order to apply for state assistance, tribal members were not allowed to own anything, which is at Lummi how we lost a lot of our tribal land. If you wanted state assistant food and medical, you had to sell everything you have of value, including cars and land, in order to get food stamps back then or commodity foods that was issued by the federal government. In grades K through 12, education was only good for tribal members through what I call count week. I don't know if any of you realize what count week is. School districts were given funding by the state and federal government based on the number of Native Americans attending in that school district. So they got in as many Native Americans as they could during count week and then didn't care if they showed up for the rest of the year. So many Native Americans were either dismissed, were picked on to the point of getting in fights, and then later dismissed from school so they could never graduate. So that was count week. If you look now at the 38 tribal colleges in the United States, particularly here in California, education is thriving for some of those. And so we are also trying to pick up and help put together a good educational system for Native Americans by starting California Indian Nations College. As I mentioned before, or as mentioned by Ramos, we started out as Lummi Community College, and we didn't get any tribes that joined us at that time. When we transitioned our name to Northwest Indian College, we have now served over 100 tribes nationwide who come to Lummi to finish their education. When we first started in 2017, we took a look at the statistics, not our statistics, but the statistics of UCR and College of the Desert, which showed that there were over 800,000 Native Americans living in California, but less than 1% attended by their own recognition of being Native American, a college or university, less than 1%. So that proved the need. And then we also talked about how you have to kind of self-identify when you're enrolling for a college or a university, because sometimes Native American is not listed. So there's really no way to know if the statistics are correct or not, because most Native Americans don't choose other. They'd rather choose nothing. So if you take a look at the 2020 census, it states that there are now more than 1.2 million Native Americans living in California. So is a tribal college necessary? I would say yes. And by the numbers that we're showing at California Indian Nations College, still would say yes. Our numbers are growing semester over semester, and I think we have a good running start. I would like to stop there and introduce Celeste Townsend, who is the president and CEO of California Indian Nations College, and thank you for my time.
Thank you, the Honorable Ms. Mike, and women of distinction from Assemblymember Eduardo's district in 2020 and 2021. Thank you for that. Thank you for your testimony and bringing to light the importance of education for all Native American people. We'd like to bring Ms. Celeste Townsend up to the dais table to speak. Ms. Townsend is an enrolled member of the Gitu Takud Band of Fort Bidwell Paiutes, located in Northern California, and a descendant of the Duck Valley Indian Reservation, home of the Shoshone Paiute tribe in northern Nevada. She was born and raised in Southern California, with both parents being from Riverside, California, and California natives. President Townsend comes to California Indian Nations College with over 25 years experience in education, administration, finance, and budget. And over 22 of those years have been in Indian education. Her experience began at Sherman Indian High School in 1992. Then in 2008, she transitioned to the University of California, Riverside, and soon went to CINC in 2015. During this time, she was no stranger to the challenges that our Native American students relate to when entering post-secondary education. In January 2020, the CINC Board of Trustees officially hired her as president and CEO of the college. Thank you for attending, and thank you for offering testimony.
Kesha Awamua, Nut Celeste Townsend, Menanea, Nut Riverside, California, Waiata, No Begayo, Nut Paiute Numa, Fort Bidwell Indian Community, Waiata, Kemada, Nut Pesha, Assemblyman Ramos, Nut Pesha Numa Yatu, Mu Piduosi. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Celeste Townsend. As Ramos said, I am from Riverside, California. I'm a member, citizen, enrolled member of the Fort Bidwell Indian Community. I want to thank Ramos, and I want to thank you all. I particularly would love to thank these wonderful people who have given testimony, and thank those whose land we remain on, and I thank our Creator. So, and thank you, Theresa. What I really want you to do is take a look at our seal. This seal depicts so much work and meaning for the college. If you take a look at the cracks on the side, those are for the continued broken promises that we as Indian people experience. You look at the many stars in the bear, that represents all the tribes in California, recognized and unrecognized. You look at the sun, you can't tell if it's a sunset or the sun going down, because each day begins with the sun coming up and the sun going down. You look at that bear, that's the bear of California. Even though it's a Zuni bear, it's still a bear in a traditional format. You look at the fire in the belly, and that's to replicate what mainstream education has as the lamp of learning. This is our way of learning, around the fire, with our family, with our elders. So given the foundation and history of Indian education as presented earlier, there remains to be a distrust in mainstream education where interwoven trauma is ingrained in the minds of Native American families and communities. There is no doubt that the mindset of free education to the generations of our people was to remove their identity, was to remove and erase their language, to remove their support system within their culture and families, which in essence meant to remove their way of life, and in many cases, remove their lives. Slide 2, please. This is clearly depicted in a photo that states here that boarding schools are the only schools on the planet where our students are remembered as survivors, not graduates. It really hits home when you think of that. There's so much hidden atrocities, but we can see how those survivors or graduates have changed to today. Yet today, we still find more and more colleges and universities who have taken a step to apologize to Indian country through diversity initiatives, social and justice programs, and land acknowledgements. While mainstream education has good intentions by incorporating acknowledgement ceremonies and programs, their intentions often promote symbols over substance. We need full restorative justice. As we continue to hear, Native Americans comprise less than 1% of the United States post-secondary population, and even according to World Population Review, next slide please, California has the highest number Native Americans with a population of over 600,000 that have been taken in the census, and we know that's skewed because not many are able to claim it because of their unregistered or for a lack of confidence. Oklahoma follows California with a little over 523,300 Native Americans. Yet Oklahoma has 3 accredited tribal colleges and universities, and California has 0. CINC, or California Indian Nations College, as California's first fully accredited tribal college, will strengthen the state's ability to improve post-secondary educational access and close that gap. CINC will also allow each student to secure their entrusted academic pathway to a 4-year university of their choice. Next slide, please. And you heard from Mrs. Mike, Assemblyman Garcia. You'll notice this picture has her when you awarded her this. Mrs. Mike, as she was introduced, is the founder of California Indian Nations College, and she's all too familiar with the history and the continued challenges of limited, or should I say restricted, access to quality education. In 2015, she began a meeting of the minds that included a coalition of over 35 professionals and educators in Inland Empire. Each meeting, Mrs. Mike provided dinner to this group to discuss the possibility of creating a tribal college in Southern California. Soon, a decision was made to begin this massive project, and a charter was drafted and presented to the 29 Palms Band of Mission Indians, who on September 19th, 2017, signed the charter. Then on March 8th, 29 Palms Band of Mission Indians provided a generous commitment of $3 million to fund the first 2 years of the college. And with many members of this group stemming from UC Riverside, UCR offered to sponsor the college's office space at no cost for the first 2 years. And I was hired that day as the interim president. We took office, UCR Palm Desert, in July 2019, and we immediately began structuring our course offerings through UCR Extension Center by offering three accredited courses, and in less than 3 weeks, we had recruited over 40 students, 20 of whom were concurrently enrolled through Sherman Indian High School. Yet our community, our other partners at other institutions questioned, where are you going to find Indians to attend your school? Our jaws hit the table. Through enrollment and the demands, the continued growth and success, I was hired by the Board of Trustees as a president of CINC in 2019, and Mrs. Mike serves as a lifetime Board of Trustee, and now we look together with our team to submit for accreditation through the Accrediting Commission for colleges and junior colleges by the end of this year. Next slide, please. So why CINC? Well, you can see our values there and our mission. As an accredited tribal college in California, we will serve as a stepping stone to educate, strengthen, and empower our people to boost tribal economic productivity and growth through a more highly skilled and comprehensive competitive workforce, and also to promote a greater entrepreneurial spirit among our tribal citizens to become more self-sufficient. As such, California Indian Nations College fully understands the relentless challenges in educational institutions, and our students give testimony that our college provides a safe learning environment when they were not given the opportunity or access as their peers in their feeder schools. Our college operates with the normalcy of understanding the lack of accessibility and inclusion. We understand the historical and multi-generational trauma and distrust in educational and healthcare systems. We understand the social dynamics of two worlds, especially in ceremonial seclusion traditions, and celebrations, and we understand and work to amend the systematic standards that operate through social perceptions and biased ideologies. California Indian Nations College aims to regain the trust in education for our Native American and Indigenous people by 1, we identify, research, and develop a support system that confronts the challenges for our people and our students who did not think of even consider going to college. There must be a full commitment to fully examine the needs of the communities and the past failures to our people. Our college has been operating on and will continue to operate in an environment that is committed to 1, diversity and inclusion, 2, cultural traditions and healing, 3, intellectual engagement and growth, 4, community responsibility and reciprocity, 5, holistic health and well-being, and 6, academic freedom and integrity. Our college provides the access to a high-quality education in a safe and at times a traditional learning environment. Next slide, please. To honor our Native identities, to honor our tribal sovereignty, traditions, and culture, and to allow the truth of the hidden historical experience for our people to surface so that we can address the challenges for our people and for our communities. 2, providing personalized service that fosters social and familial support in a safe learning environment is key. We treat every student as a person. They're not lost in mainstream systems. They're not just a student ID number. We provide personalized and individualized service to all. Next slide, please. I will repeat the quote that Dr. Warsolcher presented earlier. The American Indian College Fund reminds us that invisibility, in essence, the modern form of racism against Native Americans, this invisibility leads to college access and completion crisis among Native American students. Evidence confirms that culturally based resources and opportunities in and outside of the classroom provide students with the critical skills and knowledge they need to lead communities. Next slide, please. We provide individualized and personalized service to our students, faculty, staff, and community. We hear the voices of all and work to incorporate and strengthen our course offerings, our workshop, our programs, and events. We foster indigenized knowledge, values, culture, traditions, and perspectives to share and develop a deeper understanding and respect for our people and the surrounding communities. Next slide, please. We aim to increase educational resources, access, and opportunities through scholarships and listening to the voices of our students. We not only aim to recognize achievements and resiliency, but we also provide the support and resources and career opportunities for all. We have student testimonies that have said they should have been in jail and not planning for college, or that they didn't see them even attending college. We have students that weren't accepted in any of the races coming from multi-races of her ethnic background. I always mention that it took me more than 12 years to attain my associate's degree. I attended a great high school in the Inland Empire. I had fantastic grades, great attendance, but never was I called in by the counselor and acknowledged or even considered to take the SATs or SATs. I heard of my peers going and taking these exams, them being called in, but I was never called in. So I wasn't familiar with the systems and what it took to go to college. I ended up working immediately after high school and decided I wanted to take a class at a time. And it wasn't until I started working at Sherman Indian High School that one of the counselors there helped me as a coworker and encouraged me to go to school. And from there, I went and I finished my associate's degree, I got my bachelor's degree, and I got my master's degree. So it was the counselor at Sherman, a coworker, who helped me. CINC will not operate in a structure of top-heavy hierarchies. We aim to secure staff-to-student ratios that will support our mission of personalized and individualized services so that the needs of every single student is heard and that a personalized pathway is put in place. 4, we look to reduce dropout rates and increase the low enrollment of Native people in post-secondary education. The National Center for Education Statistics report that Native students make up 0.8% of the total college population. It has been reported that Native American citizens who attend a tribal college or university are 4 times more likely to receive a bachelor's degree than those who enroll in mainstream four-year universities. And even still on this slide, you'll see that according to Post-Secondary National Policy Institute, a report that was generated in November of 2021, 24% of 18 to 24-year-olds of Native Americans are enrolled in college compared to the 41% of the overall United States population. 41% of first-time, full-time Native students attending four-year universities beginning in 2013 graduated within 6 years compared to the 63% for all students in the United States. In 2019, 79% of our students attended public 2-year or 4-year institutions. Also in 2019, 25% of Native Americans over the age of 25 had an associate's degree, compared to 42% of all those over the age of 25 in the United States. Between the years 2010 and 2019, the percentage of Native Americans over the age of 25 who had attained an associate's degree increased from 21% to 25%. CINC aims to help this number grow. Still, less than 16% of our Native Americans hold a bachelor's degree or higher, compared to the nearly 33% of the total United States population. So 5, we aim to decrease, if not eliminate, systematic biases and break down those social barriers in the classroom through hiring practices. We had recently lost a qualified elder to the systematic barriers and ideologies. He taught a class where I witnessed full engagement of our students. His personable and traditional traits did not meet the expectations in a systematic judgment of character. While mainstream interview processes is of good intentions, the ineffectiveness towards our culture allows for this display of self-importance to perpetuate misunderstandings that proliferate the exclusion of Native American voices and the elegance of their traditional voice. Next slide, please. So we celebrate diversity and inclusion. The normalcy found at California Indian Nations College is one of a safe and trusted learning environment. Without our tribal college and those looking to emerge, we would continue to fall subject to the perpetual marginalization as a people in a system that was established and remains under society's principles and social standards. Yet still, there is a federal mandate of blood quantum. We as individuals must provide proof through a certificate of Indian blood that we are registered with the federally recognized tribe, and at a minimum of 1/4 or 1/4 degree Indian blood to be eligible for federal assistance. And yet this systemic control dribbles down to our tribal college, where we must provide proof that our student population is that of over 51%. Not a problem, but a shame that some are identified as not Indian enough. And then, as Theresa mentioned, we're subject to a form of account week. How many Indians do you have? California Indian Nations College offers high-quality, fully accredited courses through our partner College of the Desert to all students, federally recognized, state recognized, self-identified, and those that are not. We do not further colonize the qualification of ranking of our diverse Native and Indigenous people. We incorporate and respect the Native American and Indigenous wisdom, traditions, well-being, and knowledge is passed down through elders and leaders, some of who have the most valuable and effective truths, stories, songs, and dance. These are traits, blessings, and experience that are far reserved and protected from being shared or recorded in a book. Next slide, please. So where are we? We currently offer associate's degrees in liberal arts studies to prepare students to transfer to a wide range of baccalaureate programs at a university of their choice. We are currently working with a few local four-year universities to launch guided pathways. And yet to date, CINC has graduated 12 students and have served over 180 students who represent over 55 tribal nations. Next, oh, I'm sorry, we could stay there. Our median age is 32, and this past fall semester, our student population remained unchanged. While local colleges have experienced a 31% decrease, CINC held strong with a 10% increase. And we look forward to a greater increase of fall 2022. We currently have a transfer rate of 67%, with a few remaining at our college to secure the most transferable credits that they can earn before making that transition. The decision has also been based to remain in a safe environment and stay with their friends and transfer together. Again, the social support of their community. So where are we going? Next slide, please. This time next year, CINC aims to submit the application for accreditation through the Accrediting Commission for Community and Junior Colleges. It has been shared by the former president of ACCJC that governance and sustainability are the two areas where emerging colleges seem to fall short. CINC has a strong board of trustees. You can see them participating in our graduation ceremony. And this board includes local tribal chairs, tribal council members, directors of Native American programs at universities, and professionals from local tribal organizations. And Ms. Patricia Dixon, who spoke earlier, is one of our board of trustees. Our sustainability needs the development and insistent financial support. The limited and restricted access to funds for any emerging tribal college is perilous. Lack of support from the state and federal governments is damaging to the economic, social, and personal development of our Native people in which they deserve. Our people need to regain a level of trust in our state and federal government that truly aims to support Indian education. Considering our growth rate and the outreach that our staff have been actively putting forth, California Indian Nations College anticipates a growth rate of at least 50% for fall 2022. And we are dedicated to attain a student population of 200 students by fall 2025. But this can only continue with the financial support to allow us to hire highly qualified faculty and staff. We are a small but mighty team of 6. We seek to employ those who are self-motivated, ambitious, and who are inspired by or lead with innovation for the continued development of the college. We launched the college from ground zero, and there is so much more to do. It takes a unique individual who will not give up when the going gets tough. It's not an easy road to create a college when there's no pathway. but it is a much needed and fulfilling development for Indian education, especially in California. So we continue, and we will continue to develop recruitment plans, conduct staff and faculty hires, work with and report to our chartering tribe, and put forth fundraising efforts. We have incorporated information sessions to local tribes, high schools, and school districts. This year, we are able to plan to connect with the human resources and education directors at the tribal casinos, local tribal governments, and local organizations. We have recently increased our staff to 8 full-time and 1 part-time employee, and we aim to have an additional 5 positions filled as we look to file for accreditation by the end of this year. Plus, we have a constant need for adjunct faculty to add to our adjunct pool. We are always looking for qualified instructors, those of the Native descent or those who are highly experienced with our people. 29 Palms Band of Mission Indians has been generous and committed to seeing the college through to full accreditation, and we thank them and the local tribes who have contributed to our college. We have reached out to and will continue to reach out to local tribes, individual donors, and organizations who have been instrumental in contributions and general support. Additionally, we have 100% employee contributions and 73% Board of Trustees contributing to the college. To become the first fully accredited tribal junior college in the state of California, we need the support of our California tribes, our state, our legislators, and our local and tribal communities. Next slide, please. Yet I stand here, I sit here, today to happily report that there are 3 tribal colleges emerging in California and that currently operate and aim towards gaining full accreditation without federal or state assistance. Kumeyaay Community College, located in Rancho, San Diego, California Tribal College, located here in Sacramento, and California Indian Nations College, located in Palm Desert. I began the Tribal College Coalition in California, known as TCCC, to bring together our brothers and sisters to discuss the challenges and status of each institution. While CINC is the newest, CINC is the closest towards submitting for accreditation eligibility. Nevertheless, California has a population that needs these tribal colleges, so I'm here to tell you why we need and to ask for your support to develop the first fully accredited tribal junior college in California that can strengthen our capacity to continue to educate, strengthen, and empower our Native American and Indigenous communities. Next slide. And the final slide. Peshama. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste, for bringing that insightful educational component to the statistics and data for our Native American students and the importance of moving forward to create the first federally accredited two-year college here in the state of California. When you identified in Oklahoma, they have 3 accredited, but yet here in California we have none. So I think that's a great testimony to that. I think we have a question from Assembly Member Cervantes.
Just a comment. Thank you so much for your testimony today and for providing this much needed information as we move forward, as we should, because look at our population and look at what other states are doing. We should be leading, if anything. And so I just want to say thank you for providing a safe learning environment, a place of inclusion that is so necessary, where you are empowering students, but not just students, but you're unlocking opportunities for families and for our communities, and that alone is so empowering. So I just want to say thank you. This is needed so that we can continue unlocking opportunities and dreams, and CINC does just that, and it's life transforming. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and bringing these issues forward with the tribal colleges and CINC, and of course, Honorable Theresa Mike for her testimony of how things have evolved, certainly in her home area of Washington State with the Lummi Indian Reservation and the Northwestern colleges, and how it just grew to that. And some think that those things just happen overnight, but they don't. It starts with those that are resilient to continue to follow the dream of empowering all of Native American people here in the nation, and specifically here in the state of California. So I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. And I'm glad you pointed out that it's a long process, because we have people that just want more, and so much more at a faster pace. And so we know there's a need. We know there's a need not just for California Indian Nations College, but for CTC and Kumeyaay to be accredited, and many more. With 800,000 Native Americans in our state, and only 3 who are trying to emerge, the other 2 have been trying for over 10 years. You know, and to know that we have this block of financial support to even get started, and then the misunderstanding that all tribes have money, you know, there's free education, you know, they can give you money. It's just unbelievable, the challenges that we faced. We can't move forward without money. We can't gain money because of the trust of educational systems.
You know, thank you for that and highlighting that. I mean, a lot of times, and part of these hearings are to break down misconceptions, and a lot of those misconceptions that are that every tribe in the state of California in particular is doing well within the gaming aspect. And we know as leaders that's not the case, that it's just a handful of tribes that are being successful, that the majority of the California Indian people still need those resources, still need the resources to get into education, still needs those resources to make sure the true history and culture is being told within our school systems, and standing up when we need to make sure that voice is being heard. So I want to thank you for that, and open it up to any committee members here that would have any questions on the panels that were discussed here today.
Mr. Ramos, thank you for the opportunity to just make a few comments. Obviously, very important subjects that were discussed today. I was able to walk into the tail end of the second panelist talking about UC Hastings, and really kind of at the core of, you know, the idea of restorative justice and having tribes in and around specific communities participate in that dialogue. I know that process will end up with a fruitful outcome that will be reflective of all people's input, particularly the natives of that region in San Francisco. As it relates to the presentation that we just got to see and hear, to me this is extremely exciting, not just because it's in my backyard, not just because of the affiliation to College of the Desert, UC Riverside, which are our alma maters, but because we've seen the participation of tribal and non-tribal members of our community enroll at the school. I was driving to Los Angeles in early December while the gathering took place, led by our colleague here in the desert, to highlight the importance of the work that's being done by him in the legislature and our colleagues, but also where the spotlight was put on the college. And the great work that you've just highlighted, the great work that is yet to come about, but the need for the state of California to put its best foot forward and also support the accreditation process and support the financial aspects of continuing to lend a voice to Indian country in the educational space in California. And so I'm very proud to be able to support that effort that is being led by our colleague. I'm also really excited that, you know, again, the local tribes, like the 29 Palms Band of Indians is focused and committed financially. You know, I commend Chairman Darryl Mike for his work and his vision for our community to ensure that the tribe has a presence, not just on the reservation, but outside the reservation. And this is one of the areas where they've done a tremendous amount of work in collaboration with the school to get this up and going. So we're here to be helpful. I know firsthand a number of students that have enrolled at the college, and they're extremely excited. They are in a safe place to learn and to be who they are and who they want to be. And maybe not every educational setting is for everyone, but I know that we have found a special place here with the college in the Coachella Valley for the students, both non-tribal and tribal students from throughout the state of California who have enrolled. So I just want to make those comments and thank the chair here for bringing you all and the other presenters today to the state capitol.
Thank you, Assemblymember Garcia. Any further comments?
I just want to echo remarks and thank you, Mr. Chair, for convening today's select committee. I believe this is a great start as we head into this legislative session, so thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And we touched so many topics. For many, you're talking about the boarding schools, and we had representation here from Sherman Indian High School, and I want to highlight that that's also within Assemblymember Cervantes' district. But it's a true history, right? The history of Indian people telling those different areas of life of the California Indian people that many might not even understand that took place. And as well as the large discussion on Hastings Law School and the atrocities, genocide that was inflicted, and having descendants, ancestors, and their voices being heard here in this dais in the state legislature means so much. So thank you, Mona, and the Yuki people for bringing that forward. And of course, President Russ bringing forward full circle the issues that are facing Round Valley tribes that you represent. Even this and the atrocity that happened, but also broadband and other issues that continue to plague our people across the state, and healthcare being one of those. And Dean Hagan, thank you for participating and bringing forward the willingness to continue to work on dialogue, restorative justice, and those components that are there. And the colleges, making sure that we are keeping in the forefront those that understand that other states have moved forward beyond the state of California, that have now federally accredited colleges for Indian people, but yet the state with the largest population of Native Americans has nothing. And I think that's the statement that needs to be said, and for the legislature and those that are on this dais totally understand. So we're going to continue to advocate and raise that voice forward. I want to, at this point, open it up to public comment. If anybody in the chambers would have any public comment on any of the panel discussions, any issues that we were discussing, if you would have any public comment here in the chambers.
Hey Tanani, Sintama, and here. I greet you today. My name is Nicole Whipple. I'm greeting you in 3 of my languages. That two that I'm familiar with. Hey Tanani is a greeting in Baidu. I'm sorry, I get emotional all of a sudden. Sintama is a greeting in Pomo. And Heo, a greeting that while I've learned and heard the other two growing up, where my grandfather, who was spoken of, Dennison Knight, who was part of a very strong motivator of Indian education, creating the ITEP program at HSU, Humboldt State University, and advocating for Native rights in Ukiah and Mendocino County. He spoke fluently his language, and I overheard it. My grandma, who is no Malaki and Maidu, we heard bits and pieces of our Maidu language. Those are my maternal grandparents. As far as my paternal parents, my grandparents, my grandmother was Little Lake Pomo. My father was Yuki. Not until joining the Yuki committee, I'm a member of the Yuki committee, was I ever exposed or provided any of my Yuki language. Thankfully to these women, I have been able to learn my history, which was taken from my father, where we learned growing up. I was the youngest. I had to learn from my elder relatives why, and my father didn't want to share and shielded me, protected me from the history of that he endured being a Yuki man, of being in the Indian schools, boarding schools, forced to go to the military, which he served proudly. So I'm here to provide public comment to share that, this is why, I'm 42 years old, I'll put it out there, and I have just learned my Yuki language, just simply to say hello. So I'm here to support the name change, and I appreciate all that are here to help support that as well. And, really put out there that the importance of revitalizing our Yuki language and allowing us to name UC Hastings College in a Yuki name. Over the years, I have worked with, again, not having any connection at all with my Yuki people and language, people who can speak and teach. I have been able to work with Pomo community members, and one of my dear friends who is that I met in middle school, she is a member of the Redwood Valley Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians. She has one of the only accreditations to teach Pomo language in our community. She touched my heart when she shared that the reason why she named her children Pomo names was so that every day when her kids are sent to institutions, because I'm not going to reiterate the history, institutionalization and the way that we were in our education system, which is, moving in a positive direction, was not good for us as Native people. It wasn't meant for us to be where we are today. But she pointed out that was her personal way to encourage, to change her restorative justice efforts in her own way, to encourage every institution, every place she went, when they said her children's name, they were speaking Pomo language, because our language in Pomo was also something that was taken from us. So with that thought, that's where I support, I like I agree with the other assembly person that, I love that he pointed out, Dean Fagan pointed out all of these other members of the Senate and attorneys and Ms. Kamala Harris, and how we need to uphold their right to be graduates of this college. But for me, I love the way that he spoke up on their behalf, because there are graduates who are from other ethnicities who are the reason why they got their education was to do the same, to rewrite history. And that's what we're here to do. And I would also like to share with you that the name San Francisco, I oppose it not because I have any hatred or feel like I'm being disrespected in any way with that name, just to continue to share the knowledge. I'm on other committees where an impact committee with many, many tribes and organizations in Northern California. One of our leaders and elders, Mr. Thomas Brown from Lake County, he studies, these generational traumas, and he shared when we were writing a policy that the name in itself, mission, was written to exterminate Native Americans. He asked in our committee that we refrain from writing our policy a mission statement, because that's what the term meant, and that we change it to a vision statement. That knowledge is so powerful, because San Francisco was based on a mission. The name San Francisco comes from a missionary who we have learned today that the mission system was to take away our culture and impose another. So again, the importance, if we're going to be providing restorative justice to our people, looking at only changing the name of Hastings is like cutting off, you know, you've talked about pointing out the history. If we do only change the name Hastings, we're acting as if everything was perfect since then and that nothing stopped. But from those orders of Hastings, then came the missions, then came the rapings, then came this, you know, all of these atrocities, genocide that came upon us. And today we are well aware that, look at all of the children that have been found nationally in the boarding school systems. Those are the same mission-style education systems that have conquered and committed these genocides towards our people. So that, with that, I just graciously ask you to consider allowing us to revitalize our language with a Yuki name and refrain from repeating. You know, when we don't put it out there, you're right, we repeat. Going from Hastings to San Francisco is the exact, we're repeating, you know, the same history of just renaming for the same, maybe worse, because, you know, Hastings was an attack on us. The missions attacked all of California. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other public comment? Those here in the chambers? We did read out the public line for the phone. Do we have any on the phone lines that would offer public comment?
We do. We'll go to line 21. Please go ahead.
Is this me?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Assembly Member Ramos, for holding this hearing and also chairing this. My name is Stacy Block. I'm a tribal member of the Cherokee Nation. And some of the most important work that I do in my career is to honor the life of my mother, who committed over 48 years of service as an American Indian educator and advocate in Ventura County, and to honor the tribal history of my ancestors. I'm also a board member of California Indian Education for All, and currently work at San Diego County Office of Education as an executive leadership coach in multilingual education and global achievement department. I serve as a board member on the California Department of Ed American Indian Education Oversight Committee, and work with our 44 districts in San Diego County and tribal education centers to support culturally responsive professional learning. I just want to speak for a few minutes about the work that we're leading and the additional support that we need and our tribal communities need, and we would love to have the support of representatives from this committee. A large part of the equity work at San Diego County Office of Ed champions work that supports California Indian students and populations. These efforts include information on our Equity Blueprint for Action that addresses the Native American communities and students, a year-long listening session that we did with our tribal communities, and San Diego County Office of Education, California Indian Museum Cultural Center, and California Indian Culture and Sovereignty Center have partnered to create California Indian Ed for All, which is CI IndianEducationForAll.com. We're honored to work closely with Dr. Jolie Prophet and Nicola Myers. Additionally, we partner with Dr. Stan Rodriguez from Kumeyaay College, and we're honored to work with Palomar College and also Cal State University San Marcos American Indian Studies Department. Our efforts are really centered around helping teachers and schools educate students about the diverse contributions, histories, and cultures of California Native peoples. And everything we do is focused on looking at ways to provide professional learning. And we've looked at innovative ways to do this on a very limited budget. Some of this includes Native ways of knowing professional learning offerings and resources, technical support to help schools and districts encourage Native American family and tribal community agency and voice, in supporting with tribal education consultations. The resources are really a safe place for listening, healing, and relationship building. Most recently, we have a webinar series with incredible author and Native American scholar Debbie Reese, the founder of American Indian Children's Literature, where we're looking at Native ways of knowing. And in this 6-session series, we've had over 400 educators and tribal education professionals that have been involved in this, and we're just honored to do this work. And again, we are always focusing on whose stories do we choose to promote in the classroom. How do we unsettle, this colonial perspective of teaching history and offer decolonization? And what ways can we design programs to honor Native ways of knowing? Topics include teaching California missions, traditional ecological knowledge, the history of the gold rush, California Indian boarding schools, and Native American activism and change makers. We're honored to offer this and offer micro courses that are focused on Native knowledge, innovation, place-based learning, liberatory design, and collaboration from authored Native American scholars and tribal education leaders. I really want to speak to you today because we're asking the state representatives to advocate for California governor, especially with the May revise, to support additional funding to design, honor, and properly compensate tribal education experts to design high-quality Native American studies curriculum. We know that other states like Montana and Washington have had allocated at least $10 million towards these efforts. Currently, it's been shared with San Diego County Office of Ed and Humboldt County Office of Ed that most likely we will have approximately $150,000 only for 38 months of work to design Native American Studies model curriculum. And this is curriculum that will include the history of 200 federally and unfederally recognized tribes, all of this authored with tribal education leaders and Native American authors. Honestly, when we developed this budget for $150,000, it's little to no money really going to the vast amount of experts that we need to work with from our tribal communities.
If you
This
can,
history is
caller, we could wrap it up. But if there's certain budget items that you're referring to, you could get a hold of our office, and we could look deeper into those issues themselves.
Sure.
So I know we have other callers too. So if you could wrap it up, and then contact our office with follow up on the budget request areas that are there.
Sure. Just want to wrap it up and say that we also have heard that there's $2 million of multicultural curriculum. Just wanting to know if there's earmarked for Native American authored and Indigenous voice curriculum for that. And thank you again for listening. And again, we're advocating for $10 million of funding for Native American Studies model curriculum to fund tribal education experts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other on the phone lines? Any other public comment?
Yes, well, thank you. Line 24, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello. This is Dana Harrison-Sosby calling in from Sherman Indian High School. Good afternoon. I have been having my history students watch this session all day long, and this is my class after lunch. And I have one student who is particularly interested in this topic. She's from North Dakota and has worked on a similar issue in her home state, and so she has a few words she'd like to say. And I would like to say hello to Celeste Townsend because we worked together for many years. So hi, Celeste. Good work you're doing. I'm going to go ahead and pass the phone over now to my student, and she's going to go ahead and introduce herself and make a few comments if you don't mind.
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Wichakpi Medicine. I am from the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe in South Dakota, and I live in Standing Rock with my auntie Colette Medicine, and she is an educator at the elementary school. And last April, we worked with Ruth Buffalo for the representative of North Dakota to help pass the SB 2304 law. And it just reminded me so much of just what you guys are talking about and how much that our kids are undereducated. And even if all people just need to understand that our past needs to be taught about. And also you guys were talking about how the missing and murdered Indigenous women rates are like extremely high, and it is not talked about. And it's sad that we have to talk about it like this. Like, why does it have to be brought up in a courtroom in order to be talked about? And also how our kids are poorly treated, and the education system for like I don't. It just seems like just because you're Native, like you're just undermined because you just have these stereotypical people that make Native people seem like that. And also just hearing about the California Indian College or the California Indian Native College just really it's inspiring.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment on the phone lines?
Yes, thank you. Line 25, please go ahead.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I couldn't tell since I'm only on the phone. Thank you so much to the Select Committee for conducting this gathering and for the opportunity to address you. My name is Rei-Chi Lee. It's spelled R-E-I-C-H-I, and my last name is Lee, L-E-E. I graduated from UC Hastings College of the Law in 2003. I'm a child advocate, an educator, a commissioner on the City of Berkeley's Peace and Justice Commission, and a candidate for Berkeley School Board this year. I speak to you today, however, as a concerned private citizen and as a mother to a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son in public schools. Now, when it comes to our history, it's clear that our education has failed us. The truth is never incomplete, and if it was incomplete, it was never the truth. The fact that none of us knew about the Yuki people and the actors, including Serrana's Hastings, who leveraged a perfectly legal democratic system of laws and electorate to carry out a mass genocide funded by the government, is just one example of many of how we've been totally failed. Now, it seems like a no-brainer to shed a name synonymous with genocide and hate based on our discussion today. But I just want to remind you that just less than a year ago, before the New York Times article hit the press, Serrana's Hastings was still able to retain support by many decision makers and those with power to keep his name on our buildings and diplomas. I say this only to remind us, lest we get too complacent or comfortable, just how powerful and pervasive the tentacles of prejudice, power, and privilege in this country can be. Because sometimes they're hidden and they're not obvious to the eye. And it's really difficult to untangle and destroy them. But the time for untangling and destroying has finally come. The Hastings name must come down, no question. The restorative justice measures sought by the Yuki people must be given full consideration and support. And this includes a replacement name selected by the Yuki people, who are the most impacted in this particular circumstance. Because we know you are sitting in these seats of decision making. You know better than anybody else that visibility matters, because representation matters, because truth matters on buildings. We don't need another school named San Francisco. We have so many of them already. Now, if a Native name makes people uncomfortable, we as Americans need to look within ourselves and ask why. And it is only by stepping into that discomfort can we hope for any real change in this country. And I sincerely hope we can model that change for our children. At a bare minimum, the most impacted community, the Yuki people, and the community at large that includes myself, my family, and many others, deserve a fair, transparent, and inclusive process for the name selection that is not driven by those with money, power, and status. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you today. I appreciate your hard work.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other public comment on the phone lines?
Yes, line 26, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Assemblyman Ramos. Thank you so much for conducting these hearings today. This was an extremely historic and important event, and I commend you and the committee for it. My name is George Bisharat. I am an emeritus professor of law at Hastings College of the Law, where I have taught for more than 30 years. I want to say very quickly that I strongly support showing strong deference to the desires of the surviving UKI members to offer the new name for the college. This will educate Californians and indeed all Americans as to the true history of this state and of the relationship of the school to the UKI people. If the name doesn't roll easily off of our tongues, we'll learn. We can do that much. I also want to just comment briefly on something said by my Dean and Chancellor, David Fagman. He implied that an essential aspect of sovereignty is the power to self-name. I will point out that the sovereign that named Hastings College of the Law initially was the people of the state of California through this legislature. And that is the sovereign that will rename the school. So it is not Dean Fagman, it is not my faculty, it is not even our Board of Governors or our board that is the sovereign in this situation. Hastings College of the Law is a public institution. It is an entity of the people of the state of California, and I hope that this legislature you in this committee, Assemblyman Ramos, will show leadership not only within the state but to the country as a whole, that this kind of renaming can happen, should happen, and will happen. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for your comments. Any other public comment on the phone lines?
Yes, thank you. Line 18, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Norma Paz Garcia. Thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me to testify. I'm a 1982 graduate of UC Hastings College of the Law, and I'm a public interest attorney in San Francisco. My parents are from Mexico, and I'm proud to say that my ancestors include the indigenous people of southern Jalisco and Michoacan, Mexico. Sadly, I can say no more about my indigenous ancestors because that history has been erased. For 40 years, I have used my legal training to advocate for the rights of those who the dominant culture has considered and treated as inferior. I'm no stranger to the phenomena of cultural erasure. As immigrants in this country, my own family experienced this in various forms. And while listening to today's testimony, I recalled my own family's history of being beaten for speaking Spanish and of having their mouths washed out with soap for speaking their language. But as awful as this is, nothing prepared me for what I learned about Serranus Hastings and his treatment of the Yuki people. I was shocked, I was appalled, and I was ashamed. I was ashamed because the diploma that hangs on my wall that I worked so hard for as the first person in my family to go to college, let alone law school, that diploma bears the name of a man that exploited our sacred systems of democracy to try to extinguish a people. And the sorrow of the victims and their ancestors, to me, is unimaginable. And the shame that we should all feel should be the impetus to ensure that justice be done and that the Yuki folks be the drivers of what that should look like. Clearly, the right course is to remove the Hastings name. That is not in dispute. But the name going forward, who gets to decide? And what does it get changed to? I support the Yuki committee in defining what that should be, and I urge the other stakeholders to respect this, even if it makes them uncomfortable. I appreciate the efforts already made by UC Hastings College of the Law, and there is more to do. What is simple? A name tied to the school's geographic location, super simple, but it does not acknowledge the history. It does not take advantage of this moment to make this right and what the Yuki people and the tribal leaders want. I say this as a native San Francisco and lifelong booster of this city. I still believe we can and should follow the lead of the Yuki Committee, and I support the renaming of UC Hastings College of Law, my alma mater, with a name in the Yuki language. Let's be courageous here. Let's not turn our backs on what we can and should do in favor of what is easy to do.
If you can wrap it
As
up,
Assemblymember Gibson said, it's time to rewrite a new narrative in history. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other public comment on the phone lines?
Yes, line 28, your line is open.
Good afternoon, Assemblyman Ramos. This is Juliet Maestas calling from the California Tribal College. I just want to make a quick comment and thank you and the rest of the committee for all three panels today. I totally support the name change also for UC Hastings. And I just, again, want to send my thanks and regards and look forward to working in the future for California tribal colleges for our tribal people in the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Do we have any more public comment on the phone lines?
Line 30, please go ahead.
Hello, Assembly Member Ramos and everyone present. My name is Jonathan Cordero. I am the Executive Director of the Association of Ramaytush Ohlone. I am also the chair of our tribal organization. I'm a visiting scholar in the Indigenous Law Center at UC Hastings. I'm a visiting scholar at USC. I've been a co-PI on the Critical Mission Studies grant with UC San Diego, UC Riverside, UCLA, and UC Santa Cruz. I am calling to just offer some information in regards to the offer of changing the name of the law school to a Yuki name. Prior to the founding of UC Hastings, that was funded by the monies from Serenus Hastings, prior to the atrocities of the Yuki peoples, was the genocide of my ancestors in our ancestral homeland, in the present city and county of San Francisco, and indeed along the entire San Francisco Peninsula. Our peoples were nearly entirely decimated by the genocide of the Spanish colonists. And we experienced, again, similar kinds of atrocities to what you've heard from the Yuki. The atrocity of our peoples preceded and made possible the founding of UC Hastings on our ancestral homeland. In other words, before the Yuki atrocity, there was the atrocity that affected our people. And I am opposing the name change to a Yuki name because it would offend our peoples. So I am in full support of restorative justice for the Yuki peoples, but I specifically oppose the name change to a Yuki name on our ancestral homeland. And I hope the Yuki would understand, too, that that would be entirely inappropriate and a violation of Indigenous protocol to do so.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
I will. One final comment. Most of the presenters today have been members of federally recognized tribes, if not all, and we would appreciate it if non-recognized California Indians would be included in discussions like this with the state. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any more public comment? We are running out of time, so we might have to cut the public comment if there is. How many more do we have on the phone lines?
There is no more in the queue.
Ask one more time, is there any other public comment on the phone lines?
Only one follow-up. Would you like to acknowledge that?
Yes.
Line 27, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Assemblymember Ramos and Select Committee on Native American Affairs Committee members. My name is Maria Dominguez. I'm calling from Miwok Land, colonially known as Concord, California. I was born and raised on Ohlone land, colonially known as Oakland, California, and my ancestors are Pipil from El Salvador, the colonial name given to them, and also Cora, the colonial name given to the people from Nayarit, Mexico. I'm an alumna of UC Hastings from the class of 2013, and at UC Hastings, I was part of the Native American Law Students Association, NALSA, and during my time at UC Hastings, NALSA hosted a panel on the history of the founder of UC Hastings, and we talked about the genocidal atrocities committed against the people of Native people in California. I am glad that since then, more information has come to light and publications and other mediums so that this history could be known by other people, including the leadership of our school. And I am here to say that I support an open and transparent process that includes our legislature, that includes opportunities for people to speak on this matter and to express all the different concerns and voices, and especially uplift the voices that are most marginalized. I look forward to hearings where it's easier to provide public comment and letters and other ways to bring the different opinions. And I also, last to close, I want to uplift the issue that was brought up about renaming the school to something that is associated with the genocidal past, the mission systems in California. It would be such a missed opportunity for us to really think about what it means to rename schools, to just give it another name that also represents such pain and atrocity, and that would be a double injustice, and just because it does fit well for branding and marketing purposes. So thank you so much for your attention this morning and afternoon, and I look forward again to hopefully seeing more opportunities for further participation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any more public comment on the phone lines? Hearing none, is there any more?
Another one, line.
Oh, we do have one more.
32, line 32, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello, this is Dana Salisbury calling again. This time I am calling in as a mom of children that are in the Riverside Unified School District. I'm an enrolled member of the Cherokee Nation as well as a descendant of the Choctaw and Caddo Nations. And with 6 children that have gone through RUSD as well as 2 that are still in elementary school, I would really like to see get involved with, if possible, changing our curriculum to really represent a truer history of our people in California and our nation as a whole. And I'm sure you are all familiar with our local math teacher that did the Sakatoa, exercise in her classroom that really brought things to light that it's not because that's an issue here. And I had brought over the many years my kids have been in ROSD, every Thanksgiving, every Halloween, every holiday associated with Native peoples, I've gone to principals and teachers, and please don't send my kids home with little constructor hats made of, fake feathers and little pilgrim hats and that type of thing. So that's the kind of thing I would like to, as a mom and also as a history teacher, I'd like to get involved with that curriculum development for our kids, for all of our kids. So thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. And yeah, we've been tackling that issue down in Riverside, and we've brought some American Indian Education Task Force and some ideas to the legislature. So thank you for those comments. Do we have any more public comment on the phone lines?
No public comment.
Thank you. We have any more public comment here in the chambers? I want to thank everybody for engaging, all the different panelists that were here, raising these discussions that for the first time and historically, for the state of California, we've been able to have the hearing here today and touch on the issues. And what's more important is that we were able to hear from the actual Indian people themselves of how these issues drastically affect them. So I'm going to thank you all for attending. This hearing is now concluded.